Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts.
Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Do you know what we're here for?
The equal. Don't be creepy.
Help! I'm being refreshed!
That's too much, man!
What?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Could you drum up?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Don't even play.
What now?
I did everything right and they indicted me. Read the Second Amendment?
Lots of them, just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Follow the rich white man.
I don't want reality.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
I say that.
Betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Climate and everything are the same word. Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I feel like I'm taking a crazy pill.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Illegal. Immediately, if not sooner.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch!
What now?
How rude!
Break now.
I'm staying in the race.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
Don't be creepy.
That's hot.
I see that you know your judo well.
It's science.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Consequences.
Boxes full of Pepe!
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Oh, girl, baby girl. Oh, girl, baby girl. Oh, girl, baby girl.
Well, here we are again. Floating here in space. So much to do, so much to see, and yet so little time.
Which means we should probably get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fans, as this journey through the abyss may, in fact, incur danger as well as turbulence. Well, good to see you all. Check it out. That's right, Halloween week, and I'm going to be revealing all of the Halloween decorations one by one like some sort of a creepy Halloween advent calendar. All week until it comes on, what is it, Thursday night? I'm trying to think. I think that's right. 1, 2... yeah, it checks out. Anyway, good to see you all. Aaron W. Mono and Autumn Leaves 1, 2, 3 in the YouTube chat. I don't think Autumn Leaves has ever won a medal in this, ever, on this here channel. So, great job. Robot Cat, PB, Donald James X, Bob Carmody. Who else is here? Styx Dragon Sharon, Geo Dragon, multiple dragons in the chat already, even Nightbot saying what's up, Jules T, DCat K, Pyramid 7. I think that's it. Anyway, good to see all of you people. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I was once again relegated to top chat. Sadly, but surely. What's that goddamn feedback? Anybody else hearing the feedback? It's not really feedback, it's distortion. Alright, whatever. Let's start in the United States. Or if you didn't hear, Ben Shapiro has decided to get into debating again. Shock of shocks. Let's go back in time first.
Why is it that a bill banning abortions after a woman has been pregnant for 6 weeks is not a return to the Dark Ages? What's your answer?
My answer is something called science. Human life exists at conception. It ought to be protected. Now, back to my question to you. You purport to be an objective journalist. BBC purports to be an objective down-the-middle network. It obviously is not. It never has been. And you as a journalist are proceeding to call one side of the political aisle ignorant, barbaric, and sending us back to the Dark Ages. Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard for you? Why can't you just be honest?
Mr.
Seriously,
Shapiro,
it's a serious question.
Mr. Shapiro, if you only knew how ridiculous that statement is, you wouldn't have said it. I just asked you a question.
And I asked you...
It is ridiculous. It's like somebody now calling Piers Morgan out for being too far to the left. Just say it, Piers. You're a leftist. You're a communist leftist.
Question. You failed to answer a single one of mine. Frankly, I find this whole thing a waste of time. If you want to read the book and critique the book, why don't you read and critique the book? If you want to critique me, you can think whatever you want of me.
Why don't you
frankly,
just try and
I don't
answer
care.
the
I don't frankly give a damn what you think of me since I've never heard of you.
And I've never heard of you until I picked
Oh,
myself for
burn.
this. But that's not the issue. You haven't.
Then why the hell are you interviewing me?
It's an interesting book. But my point is, your book claims that
society... Well, it'd be nice if you would quote it from time to time.
Your book is... Well, actually, I've done so several times, and I'm about to do so again.
Why haven't you quoted my book enough? I need you to quote my book more, please.
If you would let me just finish the question. Your book
frankly, I don't
claims
think
that society
honestly,
is turning its back on Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah,
what are those values? What are the values it's turning its back on?
I'm not inclined to continue an interview with a person as badly motivated as you as an interviewer. So I think we're done here. I appreciate your time, sir.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Now, this was 5 whole years ago, okay? And Ben Shapiro, he is much older, much wiser. And I'm sure that this next debate's going to go much better. I'm sure it will. I mean, this wasn't even really a debate. This was just, it wasn't even, I was just doing it for fun. You're right, it was a classic Shapiro clip. really wasn't even a debate. It was just a news interview that he struggled to get through. Now, we are not going to watch this whole thing. It was nearly 2 unbearable hours. Although there were parts of it that were genuinely good, not going to lie. That were not Ben related, or well, nothing that Ben said was worthwhile. But there were some choice things said here by some individuals.
Motive, means, and opportunity. Okay, he doesn't have means or opportunity. So it makes it difficult. In this country right now,
all right.
300,000 minors, we have no idea where they are.
Oh, that is nonsense.
That is not nonsense.
No, it is. They are not lost. They're released to their sponsors who have to go through background checks. You have no idea what you're talking about.
They don't.
You think 300,000 minors are lost in America? Are you crazy?
I'm saying that. Why, hello there. I'm Ben Shapiro, and I'm co-founder of the Daily Wire and host of the Ben Shapiro Show. And today, I'm surrounded by 25 Kamala Harris supporters. My first claim is Kamala Harris's attempts to put DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion at the center of her policies is destructive.
Okay, that's his first claim. Let's go to, I mean, like I said, it's like literally 2 hours, so I'm going to have to be doing some queuing during all of this. I'm glad some of you are taking note of the declarations. I appreciate that. Some amount of work certainly was put into making it all happen. And this is only a slice that you're seeing tonight. You'll see some more tomorrow, and then you'll probably see some more on the streams we do during the week. And then finally, on Halloween, we will unleash all of the decorations I have, which is just, I mean, I have a ton of them. Not gonna lie. Hold on, let me get to some of the clips that I thought were best for us to sort of peruse here. Actually, let's hit up one of these DEI clips first, for sure. Not that guy. This guy's an idiot. Gas station American flag hat guy. I don't know if anybody here has watched this debate in full themselves, but it's bad. It's just bad. I don't even know why this guy was here. I genuinely. All right. I think this one was actually. There's a few good ones. You know what? Let's go to here. We just don't have time for all of it.
It's been a day.
Not gonna lie.
It's a little bit of like an interesting setting.
I wish we did.
Surrounded by 20 people that disagree with you.
I mean, the truth is I grew up in LA and then I went to law school in Cambridge. So I'm a little used to it. It's not, yeah. I've been here before.
Anyways, let's talk about DEI. Do you think that Trump should have won 2016? I'll wrap it in. It's conceptually relevant. I'll demonstrate the relevance.
Okay, sounds good. By what measure? Do I think he did win, or do I think he should have won?
Do you think he should have won?
I mean, yes, I'm happy that he won. If the question is, am I happy that he won? I'm happy that he won.
Okay. Well, I'd say that Trump won 2016 because
By the way, I did not vote for either candidate in 2016. That's a decision made in retrospect.
Awesome. So I think that Trump won 2016 because of a modality of DEI. Essentially, what I'd say...
What does that mean, made in retrospect? He's acting like he didn't have an opinion going into the 2016 election. What an idiot.
Trump won 2016 because of a modality of DEI. Essentially, what I'd say is the Electoral College, right, strives for inclusion of smaller states with lower populations by overrepresenting them in the overall vote. Like, you could correct me if I'm wrong, or the SAN fact checkers can. I'm pretty sure that over the last 25 to 30 years, Republicans have won the presidency given the Electoral College, not given the overall popular vote. So if you're against DEI, if you don't want inclusion on the basis of race, inclusion on the basis of gender, or even what you're saying earlier, we could even say inclusion on the basis of class, why do you want inclusion on the basis of population, rural areas, states,
We should actually use a better example. Why don't you just ask if I believe in the U.S. Senate? Right?
The U.S. Senate, this would also apply to the U.S. Senate.
Right, okay, so let's use the U.S. Senate because the U.S. Senate is actually even more unrepresentative.
Oh my God. This is one of Ben's only debate tactics, right? One of his own, like his only like rhetorical device. This is just is pushing goalposts, switching, like, you know what I mean? Like, instead of actually addressing what the kid said, which was genuinely insightful and also certainly critique of Ben's own seemingly worldview. He's like, can we push the goalpost to something else and talk about this instead? At this particular pace that I like, particularly the Shapiro method of speedy talking and big words. Sorry, I can't do a good Ben Shapiro impression right now. But it's just, you know, this is how this whole thing goes, though. Is Ben Shapiro either gaslighting these kids on stuff. Well, they're not really kids, they're adults. And or just changing topics, talking over people, or talking too fast all the time, until one particular moment, which we will get to, which I found
population
fascinating.
than the Electoral College, which is at least a rough approximation.
It'd just be funnier to hear you say that you shouldn't have voted for Trump in 2016, but we could talk about the Senate as well.
That's a different subject, but
Yeah.
I'm very happy that he won, even though I didn't vote for him. I mean, we can talk about Trump later.
Yeah.
We've already done a bit. Well, I'm sure we'll do more. As far as the idea that every
I love how he tries to play his opinion of Donald Trump and the election as some sort of like philosophical, like ethereal, undefinable thing. It's like, yeah, we can talk about it retrospectively and blah blah blah. It's like, dude, you lived in the United States during that time. You were an adult who should have. Well, I mean, not should have. We all know who he would have voted for, but you get what I'm saying? Like, it's so nonsense for him to frame it as this, like, completely amorphous. Like, how do we even talk about that? It's like, shut up, Ben.
elected body has to be
Talk
elected
about
based
way
on population as opposed
more
to based
abstract
on the
things than that.
area of geographic distribution or the states that actually pre-existed the federal government. Okay, the way that the Constitution of the United States was created was as a contract between sovereign states, which is one of the reasons why, for example, you have a United States Senate as opposed to just a House of Representatives. So is that a form of DEI? That seems like a stretch to me. The kind of DEI that I'm talking about specifically would be separating human beings based on inherent characteristics, like, for example, race, as opposed to suggesting that the United States Senate, which is obviously unrepresentative of the general population in many ways,
seemingly my point is
somehow
that
bad. That's a check and balance, right?
Well, seemingly my point is that this is another modality of DEI. I've like no problem with you explaining to me, right, why the Senate or the Electoral College would be given the U.S. Constitution and like some contractual agreement that they had between the sovereign states. That's fine. But what I'd say is that your claim here would just imply that the Constitution upholds DEI within our electoral processes.
If your claim is
so, do you think that the Constitution upholds DEI in the sense of including smaller states with less representative populations?
That is a true stretch of the meaning of DEI, but I get your point. I mean, if the idea is that the only thing that is not pure DEI in a democratic context would be sort of
It's not that big of a stretch. It is literally sort of, I mean, kind of the framing of why the multiple bodies of government exist, okay? And he just refuses to admit that that's the point, right? And oh my God, hold on. We can't listen. Actually, how long do we have? This does take up the rest of it, I think. I don't think they red flag him until the end. Yeah, they don't. God, whatever. This is honestly
represented.
We're just gonna probably one of the better rhetorical.
You can make the case that basically you should get rid of every representative institution. We should go to a pure democracy because.
Well, I'm not making a case for what we should replace it with. I'm making the case that it would uphold DEI. We could talk about what other systems should function in the case of the Electoral College or in the case of the Senate, but that's a completely different conversation than are these systems upholding DEI.
So again, I think that you're definitionally stretching DEI. If DEI is the basic idea that all disparities equal discrimination and must be rectified by government interventionism, which is sort of the definition, then stretching that to mean the Electoral College seems like you're going pretty far afield to defend a very broad concept as specifically badly applied.
Wait, 1 second. I don't think that we need to say that DEI is equivalent to disparities equal discrimination. We could just see that DEI is like a qualm for disparities in general, right? And what we apply here in this certain modality when we're talking about the Electoral College, when we're talking about the Senate, is we're trying to qualm the disparities of the lack of population in rural areas. We're trying to qualm the disparities of smaller states compared to larger states. And seemingly, you haven't really given me a response to this apart from calling it a stretch, but I do appreciate you for
No, I mean, it seems to me like the argument that you're making is that in order for there to be calm and sort of conciliation inside the United States, particular racial groups have to be given particular benefits. Okay, because that was the argument with regard to the states in the United States, right? When the Constitution was formed, the way that you came to an actual agreement in the...
I mean, I think what he's actually suggesting, and Ben cut him off from actually explaining what he means here. I don't think he ever actually winds up explaining it, but I think that what he's actually just suggesting is that, because, I mean, this whole premise of this debate is about Kamala Harris, right? And I think all he's suggesting is that Kamala Harris would be the first black woman president ever, and... You know, we've had 46 now? 40, whatever it is. Presidents now, all white men. And so far it hasn't gone super great, depending on who you are. And so, yeah, it's not wild to suggest that this would be... Actually, no, I take it back. 45, because we got Obama in there. But whatever. You get what I'm saying.
Constitutional Convention is states were not going to sign on unless they got particular guarantees of the interests of those particular states, right? So if you're claiming that that's DEI, then the response that I would have is right, because that's how you have to come to an agreement. So if you're going to make the parallel argument with regard to DEI in, for example, the racial context, you then have to make the case that the only way that you can have conciliation in the United States is for particular racial groups to be given specific racial benefits.
I mean, that's what happened, right? In terms of how the Senate was, like, how certain states were given more votes, essentially, by way of the Senate, right? By way of the Electoral College, right? And it wasn't giving black people more votes. It was giving white people in southern states more, and, you know, and former states that were benefiting greatly from all of that and had a large slave population. Also, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, that's exactly what this was all about. Then it was just reverse DEI. Oh God, man.
Otherwise, the country is going to split apart, which is an argument with which I generally disagree, even if I agreed with the way the Constitution was formed.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't see like your parallel here, right? I think that DEI could exist in multiple modalities. My argument in a nutshell is nothing more than the fact that we see disparities existing in rural areas compared to metropolitan areas. We see disparities existing in the size of a state and its overall population, and you're qualming these, and you're
right, but the DEI,
losing the
DEI response to that would not be
like through like an over representation.
And the DEI,
and I understand that your argument is, but my single-handed point here is that you would say, in some sense, that this is a reconciliation to introduce more, inclusion in the sense of a state to state in their population. I mean, so if you make the concession that this is DEI, would you say in the same sense that we shouldn't have
I don't make
other
the concession
DEI
that falls within the definition of DEI that I've used. And if your claim is that I'm now in favor of, for example, subsidies to rural areas at the expense of urban areas, I'm not actually.
So do you think DEI would only apply in the context of race?
No, it could apply in the context of class. It could apply.
Okay,
in the
if it could apply in the context of race, class, and identity, why can't it apply in the context of a state's population and their representation in our government?
I mean, if they were to receive special bennies at the expense of other members of the population,
they are. Yes, like Alabama or Arkansas are literally receiving special benefits insofar as a greater level of representation in our Senate and in our electoral processes compared to people in California. I mean, for instance, that's my buddy Parker over there. He lives in California, right? And
I'm fully aware
I
of the
live in
Electoral College and the
Colorado.
Senate work, dude.
So I literally have more representation person for person in the sense of Parker's vote compared to my vote, because individualistically speaking, I'm from a state that has more representation, and the same thing could be said for multiple other states across America, especially in the Senate. There's two senators that represent me and everyone else in Colorado, and there's two senators that represent him and millions more people.
How you're getting from point
California.
A, which is that California has 2 senators and Colorado has 2 senators, to point B, which is that we should have incredible racial carve-outs on the basis of group identity at the behest of the federal government, that is a very, very large stretch. And to get from point A to point B on the basis of the constitutional structure seems like you're going pretty far afield.
It's a far stretch for Ben's mind because it sort of runs counter to the argument he's trying to make.
Point A
and
to
that's
point
it.
B on the basis of the constitutional structure seems like you're going pretty far afield. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you know the rubber band only goes so far.
That's the end of this claim.
Okay, all right, that's enough of this. Let's move it along. There's a couple more spots we're gonna hit in here. One Wyoming voter is worth the same as 62,000 California voters. That is a travesty. That is a goddamn travesty. And the fact is there's a bunch of things in here that I wish we could go over. In fact, like this one woman who spoke to Ben on sort of like the definition of abortion. I wish she got more time, but they voted her out. I honestly thought that she was making some very cogent points that really struck at Ben's argument, whether or not they were. Oh boy, we have 22 likes. So sorry. I forgot about the likes. All right, yes, I've rolled for your emotional support. You will receive it shortly. Let's go here. I found this to be an incredible moment. Truly, I mean, just Oh, so many things happening here.
But your argument contradicts itself.
No, it really, really doesn't. I mean, the argument that you're making is that a born child deprived. Well, okay, we're gonna take this chair. Look at that.
Hey, Ben.
Like a bro, my friend. All right.
How's it going?
Let's break open
So, first
a beer or
question,
something.
can men get pregnant?
Men cannot get pregnant.
Okay, awesome. So,
Definitionally.
Definitionally, okay. Do men experience SA? Sexual assault?
Sure.
Got it. What about the existence of trans men?
What about the existence? Do you mean...
Look. Yeah, and thank you for reminding me about that. Like a bro. Like, that's how this starts off. Ben Shapiro, this man, approaches the table, and Ben Shapiro immediately recognizes him as a man and treats him as such. You know, starts trying to, bro down with him and blah, 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 and... and this discussion seems to be really perplexing him. If you look at his face when he's talking about this, he's trying to understand why we're talking about this.
What about the existence?
He's like, what, bro? Are you telling me that you got raped and blah blah? Like, he's still very, very perplexed by this conversation.
Do you mean women who believe that they are men? What are we talking about here? Women experiencing gender dysphoria?
So my other question is, do you benefit from white supremacy in any way, shape, or form?
I'm going to need more specifics on what you mean by white
Well, here,
supremacy.
let me give it to you then.
Sure, please.
So I'm a transgender man.
Okay.
I've experienced SA.
Okay.
And abortion rights affect me directly. So if we're talking about the American dream that you live, why don't I have access to that? Because there's no legislation, in the history of America, that legislates a man's body, so why does mine have to be legislated? I've got a vagina.
I'm not interested in what your genitalia are.
Clearly you are. I mean, it's all over everything you make, buddy. I'm sorry.
Seriously.
I hate to say it to you, but
I think you can read on my face that I radically am not. I think you can read on my face that I radically am not. When we're talking...
You can read on my face. What? In what world does Ben Shapiro think that a facial expression in some way portrays... I mean, like, what the fuck is he talking? I think you can clearly read. Before I came to this Jubilee Roundtable, I actually, if you can't tell, I put a stamp on my forehead. If you can't read it, it says, I am steadfastly not against it. Okay, Ben.
I think you can read on my face that I radically am not. I think you can read on my face that I radically am not. When we're talking about abortion...
No, I don't. I mean, you can present it here, but in most of the content that you have, you attack my community constantly. And you don't even realize guys like me exist, who actually share a lot of similarities to you and everything, because I'm a married man of 20 years.
I've
got a wife.
I recognize that you exist. I disagree with your claim that you are a male.
Right, so if I was sexually assaulted, right, and I didn't have access to that abortion care, do you believe that I should have carried that child to term because I was sexually assaulted?
I mean,
No.
Ben is struggling so hard to respond to all of this. Usually he has snappy comebacks. He has genuinely never had to face the thought of a man, someone who he would in public without actually talking to assume is a man, being forced because of all of this legislation that he's in favor of having that child, and then, I don't know, coming to the school with that child, or whatever it might be, right? Like the idea of it is completely foreign to him, and I think it's just this conversation says so much. Just his lack of like you'll see. I mean, he says
Do you believe
nothing.
that I should have carried that child to term because I was sexually assaulted?
I mean,
No, I just want to make sure that that's what you believe. Because as a transgender man, I have seen your side of the entire political debate, never ever having the conversation of what an American freedom is. Because why am I not allowed to live my American freedom as a man? You know, I mean, you get your choice as a man to live and free and all that.
You're really moving around terminology very wildly here.
And so are you, because that's the tactics you play in your game. And you've done it the entire time. You jump from one subject to the next. You speak so fast, and I know how you work. So how does it feel to have it in your face?
Oh, well, I mean...
Because I'm sick and tired of the shit that you have put against my community, especially black trans women. Because you constantly disregard all of our needs and then use us politically as a pawn when we're 1% of the population. Why not focus on the economy itself? All of us are struggling, and you want to focus on trans people. You want to focus on a black woman when this is clearly a glass cliff situation. America's falling apart, and let's give it a woman right when it's all falling apart, when we'd had, what, 50 men run it and it looks like shit? Look at where we're at. Truly, where do you think that we're heading? I mean, it's so funny to watch white supremacy just fall apart the way that it is, and you ride so hard because guess what? In other countries around
Oh, Ben needs some water. He's getting nervous over here.
World, women.
And the thing that I'm thinking to myself is, I think Ben is genuinely intimidated by this man. He's like, oh my God. This guy can kick my ass. I mean, girl. I mean, I don't know oh God, whatever your pronouns are, can I respect them real quick? I'm so sorry if I've ever said anything that was ever offensive. Please don't beat me up. Don't put me in a locker. It's been a while, and I'm not sure I fit anymore.
And you ride so hard because guess what? In other countries around the world, women are not having children. And why is it? Because of the patriarchy and all the violence that men perpetuate, and all of this idea that abortion is somehow going to solve it all by forcing women to have abortion instead of focusing on the real problems that we're facing in our society. We're just going to completely ignore that, and we're just going to go, you know what? The line item is, let's make women have babies so that we can continue this capitalistic society that we have. Why are we doing that? What? I mean, why? Because you want to push white supremacy and because you want to make your check? It does great for you? Meanwhile, people like me have to live with the consequences of all of your rhetoric that you put on a daily basis.
Oh boy. Okay. I just found that to be an incredibly powerful, I mean, not just the statement, the way he chose to address Ben from the beginning to the end, I thought was just perfect. It was incredible, and it put to light much of Ben Shapiro's hypocrisy on all of this. And Ben really had nothing to say in response to this. Nothing that was, you know, the sort of usual Ben snappy, ooh, let's clip this and put it on the internet type of thing. No, he got wrecked. Now, there's a bunch more stuff I wish we could watch out of this. Like, there are so many good things in here. It's tough to decide, not gonna lie. Like, I feel like going over some of these people, I'm like, oh God. Like, how can we skip this? But fuck, we are already 45 minutes into this. We got so much stuff to go over today. It's just one of many clips. So many. Although it's not 100. I cut it down. It's cut down, but there's a bunch of long ones. Let's go here. This is, I think, Ben's kryptonite.
Commit to a peaceful transfer of power.
Whoops, sorry, we can go back one. There we go.
My claim is that Donald Trump did not commit to a peaceful transfer of power. Okay, so yeah, I think it's simple. I think Trump helped facilitate a fake electric scheme to override the election in 2020, to have Mike Pence not certify the election, and then allowed violence to happen at the Capitol. So Donald Trump gave a speech for an hour and a half where he would say things like, fight like hell, they're stealing the country away from us. And then when people got to the Capitol, Donald Trump sat there for 3 hours and watched them. When his aides, his family, and everyone was telling him, put a stop to the violence, call them, tell them to go home. He did not. And I think that is an example of Trump not committing to the peaceful transfer of power. He was allowing the violence to happen when he could have stopped it.
Okay, so as far as allowing the violence to happen when he could have stopped it. No, I'm wondering exactly what he could have done given the fact that the Capitol Police were
What could he
activated,
have done?
pretty quickly.
I mean, there's multiple things he could have chosen not to do in the first place. Right? Like, we all know the incredibly inflammatory speech he gave at the Jan 6th. I mean, I don't even know what word to use for it most times. Because it's sort of, it's unclear. It was sort of an amorphous mob, really, that was prepared for Trump to, tell them what to do. That was essentially the whole premise of it, right? And, yeah, I mean, beyond that, I mean, there's plenty of things we all know that he didn't do for hours and hours. But anyways, let's not gonna...
In the middle of that debacle. As far as not committing to the peaceful transfer of power, do we mean verbally or action or in action? So I agree with you. Verbally, he never suggested that I am going to leave, and then he did. So so I'm not sure actually how much we disagree on this matter. I thought that January 6th was terrible. I thought that his behavior between the election of November 2020 and January 6th was bad. There may be disagreement on the extent to which we believe incitement took place, as opposed to bad behavior that raised the temperature, that I think was really, really negative. As far as not committing to the peaceful transfer of power, he clearly committed to the extent that he left, right? I mean, Joe Biden has been president for the last 3.5 years, for how much of that he's been mentally aware. But, I'm just wondering what sort of where do we disagree?
Yeah, well, I'll quote you, right? January 6th was the worst thing that happened since 9/11. Right? And I just want to be clear that you agree he verbally did not want to commit to the peaceful transfer of power. He tried to stop it, yet you are still saying that he should be the president of the United States.
Well, I mean, he did
right?
not...
That is your claim, though. He should be the president of the United States, and you agree he verbally did not commit to the peaceful transfer of power.
Well, I mean, he did not verbally suggest that there ought to be a violent uprising, revolution, or military
but
coup.
he also didn't stop it, right? So there were people inside the Capitol, and he sat for 3 hours. His closest aides...
he should have spoken earlier. I agree with you.
Yes, and they were telling him, like, Trump, you have to do this. You have to stop. He was informed at 2:14 p.m. that they were outside the Capitol saying, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. His aides went up to him and said, they are saying this, you need to stop something. What does he do? At like 2:24 p.m., he says, Mike Pence is a traitor, right? That was his tweet. Why do you think he would tweet that when he knew the violence was going on? They were saying, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence had to go into hiding. Why do you think he would tweet that at that moment?
I mean, I disagree with him tweeting with that.
I'm not saying you agree with him.
Why, so the question as to why Donald Trump does anything is a matter.
It's a matter of it's a matter of speculation. Yeah, no kidding, Ben. This is supposed to be a discussion, and yet every time something comes up that makes Ben uncomfortable, he's like, we could get into the weeds. We could get all rhetorical with this, and it's like, bro, this is literally the place for that. So quit pretending like you're, going down a road nobody wants you to go down. And fact is that I'm sorry, I got distracted by just making fun of Ben. But the point is that this the suggestion that oh my god, policy violations. Say, for covering this? You're shitting me. Really? Wow. Okay. Jeez. So sorry for discussing something about discourse. So rude. So rude of me. So sorry, Ben, for talking about all of your less finer qualities. Jeez. Jesus Christ. Can Ben I don't think Ben Shapiro can even put the content lockdown on this, because this is Jubilee's content. Do they copyright strike for this shit? I mean, come on. The fuck? know what bugs the hell out of me is people who do content about discourse that, you know, I think most people would deem to be important. They certainly seem to take it seriously. But then when people want to discuss it, when people want to, you know, as a group talk about it, you know, suddenly the DMCAs come out and all this other shit, and it just seems counterintuitive if you want people to see said discourse. All right, what are we gonna do? I guess we're just gonna move on. I thought that was gonna be no problem. I feel like I've seen a bunch of people talking about this on stream, but maybe I'm wrong. I guess people have been doing mostly clips. So I guess maybe I'll have to clip this stuff. But even then, I don't know exactly what portion of that was the reason for the strike. But, fuck, that's super annoying. I guess I'll try and clip it and upload this, because honestly, this January 6th discussion was one of the most, I think, important ones in terms of, like, the moment we are in right now with 10 days to the election. Alright, well, I guess we'll move on. Let's go here to a place that won't copyright strike us. The one, the only, the great, the award-winning, the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Discussing a different political commentator by the name of Timothy.
Let me just address this
R.
briefly.
Poole.
We will discuss the seeming meltdown that Tim Poole seems to be having. I think it's public knowledge, or largely, that Tim invited me on to his show for November 1st. That involves some travel. Anybody who knows me knows I don't like to travel. Anybody who knows me knows that.
Sam has been complaining about this ever since he realized that it was the day after Halloween. He was like, what's happening here? What did I get tricked into?
Would rather not travel before the election. Anybody who knows me knows I've been traveling more than I like to. I went down to New Orleans for a radio conference a couple weeks ago. I went to Vegas. I had to go to Worcester for, you know, the Jewish high holidays.
So you hit the three big party capitals of America: New Orleans, Las Vegas.
Can I say something here? I'm just gonna say something real quick, in case anybody here is listening that it would mean anything to, you know, Sam. They gotta turn the autofocus on Sam's camera off. I don't know if anybody else but me has ever noticed this, but for whatever reason, the camera that's on Sam seems to function worse than the camera that's on Emma, and it bothers the hell out of me. I see it go out of focus all the goddamn time, and it drives me insane. I want it to be better.
Worcester, yeah, Worcester just was exhausting. Everything else was fine. But we got this offer, and he's down in West Virginia. I don't think that's a secret. I think people know that. And
I'm just going to say it now. I don't know why I'm obsessed with this. Well, I don't know exactly why I'm obsessed with this. Because of cameras. But seriously, like, like all you got to do is set it on manual focus and set it to the point where he sits every day. He doesn't move. He goes to the same spot every day. There's no need for autofocus. It's just it's too much technology.
And so the idea is you fly down the night before, and then they go in because it's a 10 o'clock in the morning show. And so, you know, I agreed to do it. And then I realized, like, oh, shit. The night before is October 31st, which is, at least in New York, Halloween. And I have an 11-year-old son. I probably got like 2 more Halloweens before.
Yeah, before Saul ages out. Totally. The camera loves Emma, and oh wow, harsh. That is harsh. Wow. I mean, I'm sure the camera does love Emma, but I don't think this has anything to do with love or...
I am booted for good.
You know,
and
looks.
That's it. You know, my kids are not going
Wait, hold
to...
on.
They're not going to allow me to be around Halloween. I'm not a huge Halloween person.
Halloween doesn't really start until the parents stay home and you get to go around with your friends.
Exactly. And so that's close. So...
That's actually true. It's just not real until you can have freedom on Halloween. Oh, are they using 2 different cameras? I guess that makes sense. I know they get donations and stuff. Although there's still ways to fix this, I swear to God. Or at least maybe. I think there's. I mean, I don't know what kind. I'm assuming what kind of cameras they're using. I guess I could be wrong. I assumed they were using DSLR. All right. Let's.
No, we always put an audio filter on anyways whenever we talk about Tim Pool. But here he is complaining. He's saying that he's got lazy employees and he can't handle it anymore or something.
We've had, there's not a single person here who can make sure that the show is over. But yeah, I think this might be the end. We are well off. It is not a financial thing. We make a lot of money, but piece by piece, the structure becomes bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes impossible to manage. You know, I would never call out anybody personally or individually. I would just say that like compounding, I don't know, laziness.
Yeah. Okay. Now pause it for a second because I don't want that music to bang it. So now, when you cancel a show, what is like? If I was to tell you folks that I was canceling the show, would you guys think, oh, you're obviously canceling the show because of financial reasons? No. Like, I've been doing the show for 10, 15 years. Why would I all of a sudden be having financial problems, and that's why I canceled the show? It doesn't make any sense. But Tim wanted to address that very early on because he didn't want people to feel like it's because they're doing really well. I just think that's strange.
I mean, in what world would that even make sense?
Strange.
Why would you quit because you're doing really well? You know, everybody, I just want to let you know that we're doing so good here at the Galactic News Network. I'm done. I'm just going to quit. That's it. Wrap it up. That's all it was. I just wanted to get to the point of doing really good. And now we can just say that we did it. And now it's time to do something else. That's it, folks. Okay, just kidding.
Maybe he's just nervous. He wants people to know that he's doing fine. He's not worried. I mean, I can tell you that, like, we're a pretty lazy operation here. And what? And when, we have times where we have more members than others. There's times that we have more advertising than others. There's times that we have more viewers than others. And there's times where, I'm like, I can't believe we're doing great. And there are other times where I'm like, whoa, if this keeps up, what are we going to do going forward? But the
Sam might have to start sleeping in the office.
Closed down because of finances is weird to me. And I think you get annoyed with people being lazy when it's not when your revenue is going gangbusters. Hey guys, we're doing 20% over what we did last year. Stop being so lazy.
Less time at the skate park.
It's just weird. It's just a weird. It's weird.
It's a weird vibe. It really is. There's no other way to put it.
Don't be creepy.
All right. I'm going to keep it moving. But actually, I forgot. There's one other bit of this. I think, right? Isn't that in here somewhere? It is, I think. Right? Yeah. I almost got ahead of us. I got too far. We can't move. We can't quite move on just yet.
All the stress has come to a head. We finally make the decision. Maybe we should just take care of ourselves and stop pushing as hard as we can to the point where our heads are going to explode and our eyes pop out of our heads.
Pause it for a second. Now, have we established who the we is here? Is he talking about him, or is he referring to himself in the royal we, or is he talking about somebody else?
The royal
that
we.
was Allison or something. I assume.
It's everybody and me technically, I guess, if you want to be, a dick.
Ourselves and stop pushing as hard as we can to the point where our heads are going to explode and our eyes pop out of our heads. And that's what happens yesterday when we're at a point where I don't want to put my family at risk. And there's limited things I'm willing to say because of the psychopaths who threaten us every single day and the very serious threats that we do receive almost every single day. But as I mentioned,
pause it for a second. Is he implying that he has a secret family?
What?
Is he talking about his extended family that's at risk? Or is he has a secret, partner and child?
I don't think that's the case because he would make that public if he would.
Yeah, let's be real. If it turned out, it wouldn't turn out. Like, the second that he finds a woman that's willing to marry him, we will all know about it. There will be, if you think he spent a lot of money on that friggin' skate park, get ready. get ready for him to spend as much money as he can to make sure everyone on the planet knows. But there is speculation that this is just him saying he needs to spread his wings, that this is basically a ploy for him to find any woman watching his content that found him even slightly interesting, to perhaps hit him up on the DMs. So I don't know. I wouldn't recommend it if I were you, but to each their own. All right, we got a few more things to talk about before we get to the political race, which is we're going to be talking about that very shortly. But first, we're going to talk about a particular piece of news that has been very much in parallel with the race, talked about on a number of occasions. Development in a story in a little place called Aurora, Colorado.
Well, the landlord who claimed Venezuelan gangs took over several of his Aurora properties failed to show up in court. And now it appears the city is struggling to even find Zev Baumgarten. Now, the city is taking Baumgarten, the owner of CBZ Properties, to court over code violations at 2 apartment complexes. Aurora was unable to serve him a summons, and now a court has given the city 40 more days to find him. In August, Baumgarten claimed the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua had taken over several of his properties, and he says they scared off his staff, and that is why the complexes fell into disrepair. Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman has called CBZ, quote, out-of-state slumlord.
What got you excited to come to the Trump rally today?
He's a good man. I love him. We need him. He saved the country.
You love him?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I got repressed by YouTube trying to play a second video. I should turn autoplay off when I do this. But yeah, so that guy who owns the building where the supposed Venezuelan gangs took over has, for a second time in a row, failed to show up to court in relation to the allegations that he is in fact a absentee slumlord that his tenants have been making on him. And I would say this: if you're trying to appear that you are not an absentee slumlord, best thing to do is probably actually show up to court. Just, I know it sounds radical, but just hear me out. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm done. let's move on to this. This is Good Ligers at another fucking Trump rally. Let's see how this goes.
What got you excited to come to the Trump rally today?
Right now. He's a good man. I love him. We need him. He saved the country.
You love him?
Yeah, I think he's a good man. What do you think?
Why? When did you decide he was such a good man?
2016. I liked his words, and I like he did everything he said he was going to do, and he did it.
Hold on.
What
Hold
are
on.
some of those things that
I'm sorry. Please hold. What is happening here? This guy, I mean, the guy he's talking to is interesting. I need to look at what's happening in this man's hand. Right here. This guy with the plaid shirt. Is this a bag of loose cranberries this guy is carrying around? What the fuck is this? I cannot see it. No, it's not cranberries. Okay. For a second, I thought this was a goddamn bag of loose cranberries, and I was going to be utterly horrified, because who eats a bag of loose cranberries? But of course he's not doing. Okay, all right. Phew. I thought he was maybe like an alien, something like that.
2016. I liked his words, and I like he did everything he said he was going to do, and he did it.
What are some of those things that he said and then he did? Maybe just one thing. One thing he said and then he did.
He caught me off guard there.
Caught me off guard there. Excuse me? You're the one who just said that the stuff that he said and then did were the reasons why you like him, and then you couldn't name one fucking thing. And that's him. He's throwing you. Why you coming in here with difficult questions, man? I don't appreciate that. Wow. Just wow. I mean, we could watch more of this, but I'm going to save it because there's some good ones in here, but that one was just good on its own. We're just going to leave it there. We'll probably hit this up on Sunday Fun Day again. It's too much fun for SATURNDAY. You eat dried sugared crab. Well, sure. But what I thought it was I thought it was just a bag of fresh, just completely uncooked, like undried, whatever. Like I thought it was literally just a bag of fresh cranberries. And I think it's because I was watching a video about cranberry harvesting earlier. It is fall, which is cranberry harvesting time. But let's be real. If you're carrying around a loose bag of fresh, unsugared cranberries, you are probably an alien. Okay, now I don't know why we're talking about it, because it's not real, it didn't happen. I mean, honestly, it's distracting me entirely from what that man said. All right, let's go here. This is from a couple of days ago, and honestly, I'll pay attention because this information may come up later in this stream. Not very much later. Maybe in like 30 minutes.
GOP Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has some harsh words
oh, God damn it.
for his
I forgot.
party under Donald Trump in an upcoming biopsy.
I forgot. Dana. Hold on. I think I can save us all from Dana. I think they put it up on the screen. I can just read it. I know most people who watch this stream don't even want to see Dana, and for that I don't blame you. Actually, it's totally fair. Oh boy, I don't think we can though. Wait. Yep. Oh, here it is. Actually, we talked about this, didn't we? We did talk about this. We did talk about this already. Why am I doing this again? Oh, right. I left this in here because of that. All right, I'm just going to read this real quick. This is a quote of Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican Minority Leader, in a book called The Price of Power by Michael Tackett, which just recently came out. Quote, unquote. I'm not at all conflicted about whether what the president did is an impeachable offense. I think it is. urging an insurrection and people attacking the Capitol as a direct result is about as close to an impeachable offense as you can imagine, with the possible exception of maybe being an agent for another country. So yeah, there's, shockingly, Senator Mitch McConnell saying that Donald Trump is basically the same thing as being he's an agent for another country and a threat to democracy and should have been impeached, even though at one point I could have sworn he was in the media saying that there was no reason to impeach him and that it was purely political nonsense. It's super weird. Very confusing. I feel like I'm just sort of floating through space trying to grasp at reality right now. All right, here's Donald Trump with his new favorite quote, which he came up with on the spot at a rally recently, if I recall correctly.
But over the past 4 years, this state has become Kamala's staging ground to import her army of migrant gangs and illegal alien criminals into every state in America. And every state's a border state. You've heard that. It's true.
Every state is a border state, even the ones in the middle.
Bloodshed, suffering, and death all across our land. We're like a garbage can. We're like a garbage can. First time I said it was last night. Gave a speech in Las Vegas. 29,000 people. It was an arena. We set the arena record. That was a big deal arena, too. We set the record, but it was an amazing crowd. The first time I ever said it. I said it, I don't know, it just came out, garbage can. We're like a garbage can for the rest of the world. Immediately upon taking...
A garbage can of the world. That's his new favorite quote, and I don't know why he likes it so much. It doesn't even seem to be landing very well with his audience, but he's really stuck with it. I am considering doing like an animation of things we should put in the garbage can of America and of history. You might imagine of what sort of people might go in there. Now let's quickly go here to a rally at which Samuel L. Jackson, Spike Lee, who else was there? Fuck, my brain just went blank. Oh, God. Damn. Whatever. Those are at least 2 of 4 people that were there. Let's go to this quick clip from, who's this? Oh, this is me. I did this clip.
only way we can deliver Kamala Harris' future. She's running on a vision to lead our country forward. A vision built on hope, built on faith, and built on opportunity. Describe what Kamala Harris looks like. What? Built on the belief that we can build a brighter future by lifting each other up and not tearing each other down. She's running on a proven track record of fighting for the people. Does that look like a bitch? What? Our vote is our voice. Our voice is our power. And our power is how we win. Thank you. We are not going back. You damn right. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we happy. Look.
What's my name?
Okay, I hope you liked that edit of mine there. I just threw a bunch of Samuel Jackson stuff together. Granted, there was one Richard Roundtree gif in there as well at the end. Just as a sort of an homage to the past. R.I.P. R.I.P. Richard Roundtree. But yeah, that was one of the speeches at a recent Kamala Harris rally in Georgia where they are trying to get out the early vote there. Get people fired up for Kamala Harris. Now, let's go to this quick Kamala clip from the Forbes Clip Factory.
I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans. And I think to the point of, in the spirit of your question, that people are frankly exhausted with what has been happening over the last several years, which is this environment that is suggesting that Americans should be pointing fingers at one another, that we are divided as a nation, instead of what I think you and I will speak for us, I think, who believe and know. The vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And I think that the American people deserve to have a president who is grounded in what is common sense, what is practical, and what is in the best interest of the people, not themselves. I started my career as a prosecutor. And I will tell you, I never in my career, and most of my career was outside of Washington, D.C., by the way. Only 4 years when I was in the Senate were in Washington, other than being vice president. I have never, in my career as a prosecutor, asked a victim or a witness of a crime, are you a Democrat or a Republican? The only thing I have ever asked is, are you okay? And I do believe that is what the American people deserve in their president, and not someone who makes decisions based on who voted for them or what is in their personal interest. And I reference that because, as we know, it has been revealed that Donald Trump, when he was president, during extreme disasters, when it came time to determine how those areas, those people who had been traumatized by extreme weather would get relief, he asked the question, did they vote for him? I believe the American people deserve better. And they deserve a president who is focused on solutions, not sitting in the Oval Office plotting their revenge and retribution.
That sounds about right. Okay, we have more Kamala quotes here to hit on, and other things to look at. There's been a bunch of stuff happening. Everybody's out there just doing whatever they can to sort of make their case here going into the last week of the election. Your vote's not going to happen. Aren't you in Minnesota? We need your vote. I'm sorry, Disco. You're going to have to. You're going to have to. I mean, obviously, it's you're completely free to do whatever you want, but, you know, I think we can quantify who's better in this particular binary choice. In Minnesota, I think I mean, for now, we're looking okay, but, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I guess we're fine. I don't know. Just the state of everything has got me real concerned. The numbers that we've been looking at, my God, they're bad. You think you're the only solid blue state? Okay. All right. Do we do this one? Yeah, no, let's go to this. This is Kamala Harris talking about Donald Trump's supposed business acumen. Well, there we go. And I mean, she does do a bunch of her sort of normal talking points on this, so I'm gonna skip past that. But yeah, claiming that we will be in the middle of a recession by next year if Donald Trump becomes president. A sworn enemy. Someone has sworn some sort of a rivalry? What, a YouTube chat rivalry? What is happening in this crazy world we're living in? Alright, now I'm going to have to skip the first part of this, because I think if whatever we were watching before got us copyright struck, oh man. This next part is guaranteed to copyright strike us. So just imagine it. All the single ladies, all the single ladies, all the single ladies, all the single ladies. That's right. Beyoncé and Kelly Rowland came to talk at a Kamala Harris rally. How was that? Was it a good rendition? Let's take a quick peek at this.
H-Town. We are so happy to be standing here on this stage as proud country Texas women supporting and celebrating the one and only Vice President Kamala Harris.
No, yeah, I know they're talking now, but I had to, you notice that we're in the middle of the video? At the very beginning, they walk out together. Who is Kelly Rowland? And Kelly is from Destiny's Child, the former and somewhat forgotten now early 2000s R&B trio that Beyoncé was a part of, which made her famous. But at the beginning of it, they come out to, I can't remember what song it was. It wasn't actually Single Ladies, but I was just doing a random Beyoncé song. But it was some, like, it was like either a Destiny's Child or a Beyoncé song that would have definitely gotten us copyright struck, I'm pretty sure.
One and only Vice President Kamala Harris. A woman who's been pushing for what this country really needs right now. Unity. It's impossible not to feel the energy in this room, the positivity, the community, the humanity. We are at the precipice of an incredible shift, the brink of history. I'm not here as a celebrity. I'm not here as a politician. I'm here as a mother. A mother who cares deeply about the world my children and all of our children live in. A world where we have the freedom to control our bodies. A world where we're not divided. Our past, our present, our future merge to meet us here. Imagine our daughters growing up seeing what's possible with no ceilings, no limitations. Imagine our grandmothers. Imagine what they feel right now. Those who have lived to see this historic day. Even those who are no longer physically with us. Imagine all of their sacrifice. The sacrifices made so we can witness the strength of a woman standing in her power. Reimagining.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Not true. Not true, Alex. What are you saying? Sade is better than Beyonce? Like the music?
Leadership is.
In which era? I'm gonna need you to be much more specific.
Men and women in this room and watching around the country, we need you. Your voice has power and magnitude. Your vote is one of the most valuable tools, and we need you. Your freedom is your God-given right, your human right. Everybody say Texas.
Texas.
Texas plays a pivotal role to change the course of our future. Texans and Houstonians from 3rd Ward, River Oaks, Sugarland, 5th Ward, Ailey, Memorial, Southwest Side, North Side, all the way down to Mo City.
It would be interesting if somehow Democrats could take Texas. It would completely change everything about the electoral sort of vibes. I mean, it would massively. But I mean, I find it very hard to believe that they could carry Texas. But hey, they got Beyonce. So I don't know. Anything can happen. Okay. Now, let's go here.
Well, thank you very much, and a very big hello to Michigan, which we're leading, by the way, by a lot. And I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. You know, last night my opponent had one of these, and they bust in people, but you know, they got Beyonce, and Beyonce, you know, Beyonce. They got Beyonce.
Wow, yeah, people.
So,
did you see him? Did you hear him? He tried to start a boo, but his whole crowd, like nobody in this crowd seems to care about Beyonce. None of Donald Trump supporters seem to be any real avid Beyonce listeners in the crowd. It would seem. Unlike, I feel like if he mentioned the fact that, I don't know, Bruce Springsteen endorsed Kamala, that would get boos. That he should, but he's trying to stay current. But seemingly not a lot of reaction from the crowd on that one. Let's hear it again.
And they bust in people, but you know, they got Beyonce, and Beyonce, you know, Beyonce. They got.
You see? Oh, yeah, see? Beyonce. Wait, hold on. Beyonce. Oh, nobody's doing it? Okay. Never mind. It's fine. No big deal. We don't all have to do it. All right. Let's move it along. Let's go here. Oh, this is the video that's going to perhaps sort of recall the past of this stream and of actual history here. As a reporter, actually, wait, no, this is not the one. Wait, is this the one? Oh, yeah, this is the one. So Kamala Harris was asked by reporters about some things that were recently said by Mitch McConnell, apparently, and Mike Johnson. I wonder what they're saying over there.
For these next few days.
Ma'am, one quick question. Mitch McConnell and Speaker Mike Johnson put out a statement comparing rhetoric that you have been using, comparing it to the man who's accused of an attempted assassination on your opponent, Donald Trump. Do you take their criticism seriously?
Well, listen, we all must speak out against any form of...
No, you should have. Now, her response to this is bad. Okay, what she should have said is no, I don't take them seriously. Who? Mitch McConnell and Mike Johnson, two background ghouls from Scooby Doo. Come on, no is the answer. I don't take them seriously, and yes, Donald Trump is a fascist. I mean, she does wind up getting there, but I think she should have been much more adamant here than she is. I mean, she gets it out. She gets it done. But if I were her, I would have just been, no, I do not. I do not take them. They can go fuck themselves. And we just got done talking about how Mitch McConnell thought that Donald Trump should have been impeached, that he was a foreign agent, and that he was basically a fascist. So why is he now suddenly... again, sort of saying a different thing, sort of, one thing in public, another thing in private. Once again here from Mitch McConnell, not seemingly not being very consistent on this particular issue. Let's move it along now to this. Another Majority Report clip. Assessing the campaign 11 days out. That's actually now down to 10 days, if I'm doing my calculations correctly.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Joining us now, Tommy Vietor, co-founder of Crooked Media, also host of Pod Save America. And you guys have multiple shows over there, don't you?
We're trying. I have a show I do about foreign policy that's fun. Lovett does some comedy stuff. So, we're all just trying to stay afloat here with the anxiety.
I'm sure the foreign policy is a lot of fun these days. Maybe we will touch on that in the context of the race. We're now, what did I say earlier? Was it 10 days?
10 days. We're
10 days
rounding
and
down.
13 hours.
Yeah.
We round down here. So some may say 11. We say 10, 13 hours. Give us a sense of what your sense is of the state of the race. Where are you on, we see the polling and it's sort of all, I don't want to say it's all over the place, but, what's your sense of where we're at this point?
I mean, all the public polling's in the margin of error. When you talk to people on the campaign about their private data, they say the same thing, and what everyone is sort of setting you up to see on election day and election week really is that there's 7 battleground states, seemingly all of them are in the margin of error. It's all going to be a question of what the turnout universe looks like and who is able to turn their people out and what that kind of last week or two of momentum, which way people break. So I just feel like it's incredibly close and I hate it.
Yeah.
And I mean, do you see it?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at right now. Because we do not have to go back that far. Where we were talking about us going into the month of October, with Kamala being up 3 points in many of the swing states, or at least some decent number that was almost outside of the margin of error in some places, and up even much more in the national polls. I think she got up to close to 4 8.5% in the national. Now she's way down in all of those. And it's tied up in way too many places. And the electoral map is a goddamn disaster. We've been looking at that too. So, you know, it's been... I've been feeling this. I've been feeling this vibe. I'm not feeling super confident or great about this, you know, and I've been saying we need to shore up things so that we can be going into November 5th feeling some amount of confidence. But perhaps the lack of confidence will get people out to vote. I don't know. I can't really do the mass psychology, but you got what I'm saying. Like maybe, in theory, maybe that could work. I don't know.
Close as the media
I don't like
is
betting on
portraying.
that.
I mean, this is a little bit of my frustration has been that yesterday Marist had polling that showed that Trump was effectively tied with Harris in 3 must-win states for him. Georgia, Arizona, and North Carolina. If he loses any of those states, it's hard to imagine that he wins the race. And so when you look at the consistency across these must-win states for both Trump and Harris, I get a little bit annoyed when I hear constantly on cable news that this is the closest race in history, because frankly, to me, it feels...
What's happening in chat right now? What am I missing here?
Serving. Stay glued to your television sets. This is as anxiety-inducing as you could imagine. And at the end of the day, I feel like I've heard this is the closest race ever a few times in my short lifetime on this planet.
Yeah, I think we all have. Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, I think there's a New York Times national poll out today that had it tied. I think that was spinning people up. But honestly, that was less worrisome to me than if I'd seen, you know, a Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin poll showing Harris.
Yeah, no, those were actually much more disturbing to me, because the fact is like, that's what it comes down to, right? And Pennsylvania, we saw on 538 on the aggregate right now, Kamala's down by 0.2 points or whatever it is. I mean, it's tiny, it's marginal, it can easily be explained away by margin of error. But the point is that we shouldn't be having to explain things away by margin of error right now in this moment. Especially in Pennsylvania, of all places.
Down or slipping.
So she was up
I think you're right.
2.5
like in the key
points in
battleground
Pennsylvania
states,
at one point.
There have been some consistent numbers showing her up a bit. I think everyone is just kind of scarred by 2016, scarred by the polling misses in 2020, and just unsure if there's been a realignment in terms of voting habits, in terms of the makeup of the parties, and you know, who's going to come out. We just don't know.
What is your I mean, I have a sense of this. I mean, I've been trying to follow I don't know, probably about 5 or 6 or 7 people making analyses of early voting, mail-in ballots, partisan divides. John Ralston in Nevada, longtime Nevada writer, says this doesn't look good for Democrats, but there are others who push back on that. We're looking at partisan divides as opposed to like independent divides or non-party affiliated, I guess they call it in Nevada. It is driving me nearly insane. I'm curious if you have any insights into this stuff.
Yeah, it's driving me completely insane too. I mean, I think John Ralston is someone who's very...
Seems like we're all going insane. Emma looks like she's staring into the abyss right now, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Because she hadn't talked the whole time. I really wasn't even looking at her. Now that I'm looking at her, it genuinely looks like she's staring into the abyss. Oh, boy. It's okay, everybody. It's okay. We have each other still. Okay, let's move on to... Didn't we do this one too? Yeah. Alright, I just didn't take this out so I could clip it later. Alright, we'll skip this. I'll do my job on my own time with the clipping. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news. Uh-oh. Obama's back.
Yes, sir. It's good to be back. to be back in North Carolina. It is good to be back. It is good to be back in Charlotte. Give Thomas Davis a big round of applause. I'm thinking we need to run him for something. There he is. I mean, he sounded. I was getting fired up backstage. I like that. It is so good to see all of you. And I love me some North Carolina. I do. And I would just come to visit and just see some friends and have some barbecue, which I did have before I came out. But that is not the reason I am here. It is not all fun and games. I am here for a very important reason, and that is to ask you to vote for your next governor, Josh Stein, and for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Okay, now let's go straight to this one. Here's the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, who had a message. Well, not just for the country, but for women in America.
Want to be on.
Also, actually, men. It's both men. It's men and women. It's really. I mean, it truly is a message to the whole country. I don't know why I'm trying to make it more specific. Congratulations on 400 subscribers. Did we hit 400? Let's go. Let's go. Let's celebrate, everybody. Little dance. Little dance. Little dancing. Oh yeah. Feeling dancing.
I recognize that there are a lot of angry, disillusioned people out there, upset with the slow pace of change. And I get it. It is reasonable to be frustrated. We all know we have a lot more work to do in this country. But to anyone out there thinking about sitting out this election or voting for Donald Trump or a third-party candidate in protest because you're fed up, let me warn you, your rage does not exist in a vacuum. If we don't get this election right, your wife, your daughter, your mother, we as women will become collateral damage to your rage. So, are you as men prepared to look into the eyes of the women and children you love and tell them that you supported this assault on our safety? And to the women listening, we have every right to demand that the men in our lives do better by us. We have to use our voices to make these choices clear to the men that we love. Our lives are worth more than their anger and disappointment. And we are more than just baby-making vessels. What? And if you are a woman who lives in a household of men that don't listen to you or value your opinion, just remember that your vote is a private matter. Regardless of the political views of your partner, you get to choose. You get to use your judgment and cast your vote for yourself and the women in your life. Remember, women, standing up for what is best for us can make the difference in this election. So let us use our voices in these final days to make it plain to the men in our lives that we need to stand not with Trump, but with us. We need them to vote for the only only candidate in this race who will protect our lives. We need them to vote for Kamala Harris. Kamala.
All right. There's Michelle with some very powerful words. And while it was directed towards women, I do believe men should be hearing that message also. Because, you know, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. Okay, alright, I'm actually going to... Wait, hold on. How far have we come? How are we doing on time? 4:42. I guess I'm doing okay. I guess I'm doing okay. I was thinking we would take a break, but I think we're okay. So let's just go on to this. This is Forbes breaking news from 2 hours ago. Tim Walz at a Pennsylvania rally decided to discuss Social Security and what Donald Trump happens to think about it.
You know how much it costs to make it? $5. So you saw it in Florida. We have a hurricane coming. Oh, that's weird. Airline prices went through the roof because people were trying to fly to safety away from that. That's not capitalism. That's price gouging, and it's immoral. And then for all of you, those in the middle, the sandwich generation, making childcare more affordable, doing a tax credit for child tax credit, making sure we have universal pre-K, then doing things like we did in Minnesota, free breakfast and lunch at our schools so kids can eat and get done. Those things. I'll make the case. Kamala Harris is providing, and those of us in the middle in that sandwich generation, I got a 18-year-old and I've got a nearly 90-year-old. And she proposed something, and I watched. Young folks in here, I know you don't get it, doesn't really resonate with you. Once you get 60, you really care about Medicare, I'll tell you that. You really start caring. Because Medicare and Social Security are the two greatest anti-poverty programs that we've ever implemented. They're important. She proposed something that's a game changer. Having Medicare pay for in-home care for people so they can stay in their homes. Stay in their homes. And I did not know this until I saw it with my mother using it, that Kamala's proposing, because it doesn't happen now, is that Medicare pay for vision and hearing aids and glasses. When my mom finally bought and was able to get a hearing aid, she was a hell of a lot more fun. We could hear her then. She was engaged. Now look,
no kidding.
Came out under Donald Trump that his plan would bankrupt Social Security in 6 years. He called it a Ponzi scheme. J.D. Vance said it was the biggest obstacle to fiscal sanity ever. You all know how Social Security works. We pay into it, damn it. We pay into it. And it pays back out. And I'll tell you what, if it's not there, imagine what things are like. For my family, I'm a teenager. My little brother's in elementary school. My dad dies. My mom is a stay-at-home mom. It's Social Security survivor benefits that get us through. They keep our family alive. These are tough people in Pennsylvania, tough people in Minnesota. For God's sakes, you could have moved on to California where it's warm, but oh no, you stopped here. And you stopped in Minnesota, and you carved out a life. That's what you did. But every one of us knows how to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We didn't have any boots. That's what Social Security survivor benefits do. That's what Social Security means to seniors. But look, I'll give Donald Trump this. From his perspective, why the hell should he care about Social Security check? His dad gave him $400 million, and he's sitting down at Mar-a-Lago. He doesn't care if the Social Security check gets deposited or not.
Seriously. Donald Trump is never worried about, a check such as a Social Security check clearing into his bank account. No, he's more worried about billionaire benefactor checks for millions and billions of dollars. Not the, few $100s or so a week that seniors get from those checks, which is not a lot of money, in the grand scheme of things. All right, let's go here. To what I thought was a pretty relatable Kamala moment. I don't think I've ever seen Donald Trump do this before.
So that was my first day after I was inaugurated DA, which was my first position, and I got into the office and I challenged the incumbent when he ran, and he didn't leave me any furniture. Oh, wait, so you had to sit. All right, hi guys, how are you? It's great. I think are we sitting? Do you want to sit? Can we sit? All right. Great rally.
So yeah, there's just, normal Kamala hanging out at the bar having a beer after a long rally in Michigan. Donald Trump would never do that. He would much rather have a Big Mac. And what does he even drink? What does Donald Trump drink? Because he doesn't drink alcohol, right? So I guess a water and a Big Mac or a Coke. What does he? I honestly have no idea what to think that he. I feel like I need to do some research on that now. I've never considered Donald Trump, aside from like the moments where he's drank water or struggled to drink water. I haven't really thought about what he drinks. Covfefe, I guess, maybe. Warm bags of urine, could be. Now, and speaking of Donald Trump, let's go to this fascinating clip that, oh boy, are we gonna, how many times are we gonna, I'm just like feeling it coming. Fingers crossed, everybody, pray to Gary that we don't get copyright struck or whatever, suspended for this one. Here's the JRE.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I think I had a great relationship with the military, basically, but I didn't like certain people. I would have gotten them out if I thought if the election was different, I would have fired all of them quickly. Most of them I did fire. Biden should have fired.
I would have fired all of them. Everybody, really, literally the entire military. Start from scratch. It's okay. We don't need anybody watching the nukes. It's fine. Everybody, we're just gonna restart.
All of them quickly. Most of them I did fire. Biden should have fired every military person involved with Afghanistan. He should have had a lot of firings. If you look at him, he told Israel not to do anything, and at least Israel's not going to look at a bomb the way they would have been. Think if they listened to Biden. They'd be waiting for a bomb to drop on their head right now.
What?
He's been wrong about so much. I guess you'd have to say that.
I'm sorry, what is he talking about?
Up on their head right now. Biden. Thing, at least Israel's not going to look at a bomb the way they would have been. Think if they listened to Biden. They'd be waiting for a bomb to drop on their head right now. He's been wrong about so much. I guess you'd have to say that she's been wrong too, because she always said they made the decision together. But Israel didn't follow his advice, and I think it was a very the Middle East is rapidly changing. There are
Okay, before I let him talk anymore. Now, I found this very interesting. Donald Trump is claiming that somehow Joe Biden has not done enough for Israel. Now, we all know how many billions of dollars that Joe Biden has personally signed off on for Israel. I mean, it's a wild number. And I think we all know his policies and his his personal beliefs. But if for whatever reason anybody here somehow confused on that, before we get any further with this clip, we are going to go and watch a few other clips. A few choice selection I have brought to you here.
Were I a Jew, I would be a Zionist. And my father pointed out to me, I did not need to be a Jew to be a Zionist. For I am. Israel is essential to the security of Jews worldwide.
Wow. Okay.
My administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering. Let me say this as clearly as I can. This is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to exploit these attacks to seek advantage. The world is watching.
Yeah.
Brutality of Hamas, these bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. This attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by a millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people.
This guy, not according to Donald Trump, if Israel had listened to him, they would be waiting for bombs to drop on their head. Right. Okay. It's an interesting tactic. I'm not sure anyone believes it. I guess there must be some people out there who hear it and it's Donald Trump saying it and they believe it immediately. But I mean, wow, you have to have zero sort of awareness, I think, to believe that, in my opinion. Let's go on back to this JRE clip. Because that wasn't all he said. He said a bunch of other fun stuff. Where were we at? We were like, right
The
here, I want to say.
experience.
Maybe further back.
It's a little tricky playing with them because they said we're going to do.
Hold on. I think I went too far.
Right. And we have weapons today that are so scary. When you look, I rebuilt them all.
Is it further back?
Said they made the decision together. But Israel didn't follow his advice. And I think it was a very, the Middle East is rapidly changing. You know, there are prophets that say the world will come to an end in the Middle East. You know that, right? And we have weapons today.
Wow. You know who he's talking about, right? So while Trump is here saying that, and he's been quoted many times saying, you're not really Jewish if you're not pro-Israel and blah blah blah. And now he's quoting somebody, if you're not familiar, was in the Bible first off. The New Testament. And it's also been quoted by a very famous right-wing, what do you call it? A preacher.
Right.
Sorry, Biden. No, we're not. We gotta go back. I should have just pulled up a second window to do that this way. This is a terrible plan. John Hagee. Here he
Paul
is.
says in the book of Romans, the 11th chapter, very clearly, they are judicially concluded. The Greek reads, they are judicially blinded to the identity of Messiah, and they will be until Messiah comes. And they see him, Zechariah said, whom they have pierced. The Hebrew word is riven side. They're not going to believe in Messiah till they see him. And they're going to ask for the riven side because they have just 3.5 years or 7 years before seen or made a deal with the Antichrist, who's the false Messiah, and they're extremely skeptical of that.
They're not going to come to the Lord Jesus Christ by teaching. They're going to come to the Lord Jesus Christ at the end of the tribulation when they come to the end of themselves. They're going to be, 2/3 of them are going to die. That 1/3 that's left at the end is going to finally come to the end of themselves. They will not look to Egypt. They will not look to the United States. The Messiah will appear, and they will give their hearts to him when they have finally come to the end of themselves. It's not going to be through a process of education. It's going to be through a process of a horrible Holocaust.
Yeah. So this is the kind of crazy stuff that these people believe. That 2/3 of Jewish Israelis are going to be literally holocausted. And that's going to bring about the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
And it's like, I love how the pro-Palestinians are the anti-Semites still, though, right? and yet somehow people like Trump are able to both quote stuff like this and also claim to be whatever, like less, like it's just wild, the state of everything. I think there was a little bit more I wanted to get from this stupid freaking JRE clip.
They were going to de-escalate. You got to be careful. It's a little tricky playing with them because they say we're going to do it and they don't do it maybe. But they understood the curse too. It's a curse. It's China's way behind us, but they'll catch us within 5 years.
So let's imagine, let's say you win in November. What do you do differently, and how do you change this course that it seems we are on for World War III? How do you get us out of Ukraine? How do you stop what's going on in the Middle East? How do you put a stop to this?
Well, it's a very, to me, it's an easy question because I think I can do it easily, but it's a complex question in the sense that the times change. Every day changes.
Very easy, but it's also complex.
I mean, Russia's a war machine. Whether you like it or not, it just grinds along. You speak to people like Viktor Orban, and he'll tell you it's just a big, fat war machine, and that's what
he says. It like he's genuinely sort of like praising this Russian war machine. He's like, it's the very biggest one. Just there's only one that's better. You know which one, and only when I'm in charge of it.
He'll tell you it's just a big, fat war machine, and that's what's happening. You look at what's happened to Ukraine. If I were there, it would have never happened.
But what could you do now? If you get into office in January, what could you do now?
Right now, you would get...
By the way, these are some of the hardest questions Joe Rogan has ever asked anyone.
Get into office in January, what could you do now?
Right now, you would get both of them. I know both very well. And again, I do not want to tell you, for the purpose of looking smart to 5 people that, that say, oh, he was great, because...
So what he's going to do is go, hey, people, they were saying that I was doing a really good job, and people, they're just going to see that I'm doing a good job, and they're going to know, oh, boy, we don't want to mess with that, so we're just going to... And then, it'd be great. It'd be great, Joe. But by the way, had anybody ever seen Joe Rogan do a follow-up question in their life? I mean, the guy is notoriously just ill-equipped to handle any serious tasks, and yet somehow he managed to follow up on that question. And what's even better is that somehow Donald Trump just sort of doubled down on not answering it. I think he came here, he was like, okay, this is friendly territory. I don't have to prepare. No questions are going to be asked.
For the purpose of looking smart to 5 people that, that say, oh, he was great. Because if I told you exactly what I do, I could never make the deal. All I can tell you is that I would meet with Putin,
the secret deal
with him, and I know exactly what I'd say to each.
You can't know. Nobody can know, Joe, but I got a plan. All right, it's a concept of a plan. But I can't. But if I tell you, it's like the Tooth Fairy, or not the Tooth. It's like goddamn. What I'm trying to say. if you look at it, it doesn't exist. It just poof. It's not in existence anymore because I made it public. But if I keep it a secret, then all the options.
One of them, and I believe that as president-elect, I would get that war stopped and stopped fast. You know, we have tremendous power in the United States if you know how to use the power. I stopped other wars just by the use of tariffs. I got my...
So he's bringing tariffs in. Sorry, I couldn't even hold myself back. Like, he's going to solve wars with tariffs. And this is one and only plan for literally everything. Inflation, tariffs. Jobs, tariffs. Wars, tariffs. All tariffs. Solve everything. I'll tell you what. People, they don't like it when I threaten those tariffs. I'm going to tell Israel, tariffs on the bombs. But American taxpayers, they're going to pay it. Don't worry. All right, there's more to it. And honestly, Joe Rogan continues asking I mean, at least for Joe. Like, I mean, honestly, I don't think Joe even wrote these questions. But, like, I was shocked. I was beyond shocked that we got any sort of questions from Joe that I found to be even slightly relevant or brought any sort of important information. I was like literally floored. But we can't just hang out with Joe and Trump all day. Let's go on. Did I go to bed? Say what? No, I'm right here. I'm still talking. I think I might. Hold on, I'm pinching myself. I think I'm awake. All right. Where are we? Yes. One last story before we take a quick break. Here's a J.D. Vance being asked a question. And you know what? He answered it exactly the way I expected him to. Not gonna lie. Before I clicked this, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I think I know how this is gonna go down. So this is a reporter asking J.D. Vance the question if he had any concerns about Elon Musk reportedly being in constant contact with Vladimir Putin. Well, not constant contact. I added that. Okay.
Back in the White House.
Hi, Senator. This is Hannah Demasay with ABC News. My question for you is, do you have any reaction to the Wall Street Journal report about Elon Musk and Russian President Vladimir Putin being in contact since October 2022? And do you have any concerns about the national security aspect of it?
Yeah, so I have two responses to it. So first of all, Elon is a friend, and obviously he's a big supporter of the president and of mine. We're grateful for his support, but I'm not a spokesperson, right? So I'm not going to stand up here and try to pretend that I know everything that Elon Musk has ever done. But
I'm not Elon's spokesperson. It's actually the other way around. Elon's our spokesperson who's paying us millions of dollars. I wouldn't want to say anything that would step on any toes and cause the flow of money to suddenly stop.
Help! I'm being repressed! The second thing that occurs to me about this is it's almost like the Democrats are running the exact same playbook from 2016, but with different names and different times.
Okay, so there it was. That was exactly what... Before I even clicked this video earlier today, I was like, I can almost guarantee you J.D. Vance is going to say, well, Elon Musk and Vladimir Putin have never done anything wrong before, and it's all the Democrats and the deep state that have made them seem bad. All right, break time. Uh-oh. Whoa. Wait, hold on. Oh, no. I just realized I didn't fix something. I'm an idiot. I'm actually gonna have to not show you the screen. I feel like a dick now. Oh my god. Oh no. Hold on, we gotta go back. This is a problem. I just revealed someone's costume unnecessarily, unintentionally. It's terrible. Why didn't I hide this? I was working on it earlier today. Ugh, I hate myself. I ruined it, everyone. I ruined it. Oh, wait, it does look like it's at least... Okay, I can fix this. I can fix this. I can fix this, I think. Come on. Be my friend. Well, anyway, we're going to take a quick break here. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Super helpful. Still, trying to get to 500 subscribers. Getting closer and closer every single day. Once you've gotten done doing those things, do consider becoming a contributor to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. My favorite way is by going to Patreon, where for just a few US dollars a month, you can get access to a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. Other ways of contributing include Cash App, PayPal, Twitch, and I think that's it. Short stream looks fucked up. Oh, I gotta fix this one for short stream. I totally forgot about fixing this. Okay. Well, good. I'll make a note of that. By the way, short stream. Holy fuck, I just noticed how many views we've gotten from short stream so far. Pretty crazy. I'm not sure what I did today different than usual. But holy fuck. I don't even the views aren't even showing up on Streamlabs, and I don't have it open, so I genuinely did not notice until the break. But we've gotten 2,500 views on the short stream already. Somehow. Hope the mods are doing okay over there. If there's any mods in there, thank you for doing your work. I can't even see what you're doing right now, but I assume you're doing good. Good job. I'm just gonna say it now. Good job. Okay. What? All right. What was we doing? Ah, yes. Get back to your seats. Why do I have no sound? Ah. Get back to your seats, Space Fams. It is time for the second half of the show. And since it is Halloween week upcoming here, and we are sort of getting the celebrations going, I figured we'd start off the environmental talk with just some random Halloween stuff.
Bella Diva Dance World is a Denver-based dance international dance company that's bringing movement to Colorado through a community of students. I'm here with Katie Brosna-Smith, the founder and artistic director of Bella Diva Dance World. So thank you so much for joining us.
Of course. Thanks for having us.
Yes. So let's start with the performers. What maybe inspired the Halloween-themed dance performance this year?
Well, myself and my family have always been huge connoisseurs of Halloween, and we started doing the Broadway Halloween Parade 7 years ago.
Yes.
And we've been actually doing this Dancing Dead show since 2014 when it was over at Lanny's Clock Tower Cabaret. And so it's kind of like been this iteration and incantation every year that has been building and building until we finally moved to the Oriental Theater last year because the show just got so big.
You guys are growing.
Yes, we are.
Good news there. So let's kind of walk through the process a little bit. What inspired the music and maybe choreography behind this performance?
I have an amazing creative team that always comes to me with their ideas, and I'm very much known hopefully as a yes person, like, yes, let's try this, let's do this. And so it's going to be like this blend of like favorites like Hocus Pocus and Beetlejuice, which some of the viewers might be seeing today, as well as some world dance. We try to infuse everything with lots of cultural stories and context and kind of blending that through different Halloween traditions.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see this. Okay, tell me a little
It does
bit
look
about
awesome.
the costumes. You got to talk about the costumes when you're talking about performances. Are there any that you're maybe excited about or that are maybe different this year?
Well, I always love our Hocus Pocus cast show that we do because it has costumes from like, you're just going to a costume party.
Yeah.
And everyone's like wearing all their best. And we also have some fun mummy costumes this year as well as Medusa. So we have, you know, the Revenge of Medusa with snakes and belly dance.
I'll make sure not to look.
Yes, don't.
And then what is something
Hey,
that
she
you
knows
hope
her
the
Greek
audience will
mythology
take
over
away from
here.
this performance?
Okay.
Having fun, like going out and having a really fun time at the theater, live art, live dance, and enjoying themselves. There'll be a costume contest at our show so that the contestants can get on stage with us and also show off their best.
Oh my gosh, so exciting. Well, thank you so much. And we
Yes,
know
thanks,
we have
Kennedy.
a performance coming up. The upcoming full-length Halloween variety show will be held at Oriental Theater this Wednesday. That's October 30th. And get this, we have a special sneak peek of that dance coming up. Callie, I know you're excited for that.
Oh, God. Looks like we're going to have to wait until Halloween to watch that. That's right, I have an entire list of Halloween-related stuff we're going to be watching on Halloween. I'm just sort of baiting you into watching on that stream, I guess. Be one of many sort of Halloween-themed things we do. We're still going to cover news stuff and whatever else, politics probably as well. But it's going to be littered with Halloween stuff and hopefully plenty of fun, which I feel like we don't get enough of around here. All the tough stuff we talk about. Speaking of tough stuff, let's start here with this video that More Perfect Union posted a few days ago. I think this was Wednesday.
Good.
So this is what's called a Pandora's box, literally.
Inside that box are boots from a former worker at a fracking waste recycling facility, a company called Austin Master Services.
The company accused of storing illegal amounts of radioactive and fracking waste in Martins Ferry.
If you're looking at like the background earth level in this area, we're about 50 counts per minute.
Bev Reed here is holding the Ludlam 3000, a radiation detector, the same type that the oil and gas industry uses.
It's up to about 230 now.
You can actually smell the chemicals coming off of it still too. These guys get soaked in this stuff every day at work.
So what they're talking about is not nuclear energy. What she's talking about, the people who are having to deal with this level of radioactivity are fracking workers, people who are working on oil rigs and getting oil out of like places like the Bakken in Pennsylvania, you know, and like all these shale oil fields that people keep touting as being these great jobs and all this other stuff. I mean, beyond the fact that it has just a horrifying environmental impact, not just the burning of natural gas, but also the removal of it from the ground and the process of hydraulic fracturing. This was one thing I was completely unaware of. And I guess it makes sense. You know, you just start randomly drilling holes through the ground, start pumping stuff out of there. You might wind up hitting some radioactive shit. But it just never crossed my mind that people who were working on these oil rigs were being exposed to all this stuff. And then, well, you'll see. We'll talk. I'll shut up for a second.
And that's not just a problem for the workers in the facility.
This is Austin Masters right here.
This is how many feet from the Ohio River?
It is probably 150 feet from the river, I would say.
It could be a disaster for millions. They have what in there?
10,000 tons of radioactive debris is inside that building right now. They're permitted for 600 tons.
Wow.
They're still flooding on First Street in front of...
So nearly 20 times as much as they're allowed to, and they are sitting on legally. That is horrifying. That is fucking horrifying. Oh my god, I know it's a video effect, but it looks like this guy is glowing green.
Austin Master Services in Martins Ferry.
How could you permit the facility in a flood zone that has toxic waste and radioactive tailings from this industry? How could you let them within 1,000 feet of your water source? It's just all craziness.
How do we get here?
That's a good question. My personal opinion would be...
One good answer.
This is the story of how a company put the health of millions in jeopardy.
I'm not willing to trade health for jobs. I'm not going to do that to my people.
How the fracking industry laid waste to working class communities.
Every day in little communities in the Ohio River Valley, this is what it looks like. And it's people begging for enforcement.
And how one town...
I would recommend going and watching the rest of this. It's pretty shocking. The sort of negligence that is being... what's the word? Demonstrated by these fracking companies. And we have got to stop touting them as being a good source of jobs, as this being just a what is clearly on all sides just an industry that needs to go away. Everything about it seems to be bad. There's just so many other things that we can do. All right. Let's quickly talk AI. It's the weekend and it's like almost the holidays and we've been dealing with too much stuff. So let's talk about just some, you know, I mean, there's going to be a few fun ones here. Environmental today, thankfully. Good. At least in my opinion. Whoopsies, I just clicked the wrong video. Just went backwards.
Pandora's box.
Just went backwards. There we go. Fixed it.
Welcome to The Switch. I'm Elena Casas. Artificial intelligence may seem to generate content from the cloud, but its vast energy use brings it back down to Earth. The International Energy Agency estimates the power used by data centers could double by 2026, meaning that globally, data centers alone would be using as much electricity as Japan. And it says the growth in clean power generation is failing to keep up with that demand for more electricity. Well, Kate Saenko is a professor of computer science at Boston University, and she joins me now. Kate, hello. Just how energy hungry is generative AI?
Generative AI consumes more energy than past ways that we've used computing. For example, some have estimated that using ChatGPT just once can be almost 20 times as energy consuming as just a web search.
Tech giants have admitted that generative AI has led them to miss their own climate targets. Carbon emissions at Google soared 48% last year compared to 2019, and
These guys on the scooters are fucking hilarious
compared to 2020.
So let's talk about the carbon footprint of transformers.
Academic Sasha Lucioni helped create a tool to quantify the carbon footprint of running a piece of code.
We don't have the exact numbers for data centers. We don't have the exact numbers, for example, for a Google search as it was before generative AI and now. And I think that consumers, users really want these numbers because a lot of them now have the environment in mind.
AI is using a lot more processing of data. So every time you issue a query to something like ChatGPT or any other large language model or chatbot, what's happening behind the scenes is there is a very large model, sometimes consisting of billions of computations, that is run each time on the text that you're typing in. So this takes way more energy.
Yeah, we've talked about this in the past. And I just found this to be a very good video on the topic. I think that it's not discussed enough in terms of the environmental impact that AI seems to be having, and it's, you know, just sort of behemoth like need for energy. Now there's some other problems with AI, like misinformation, you know, with Google using it for search, in terms of trying to generate results for people, making queries less reliable, stuff like that. But there's also stuff like this, stuff that I honestly, is another one of those things that I genuinely didn't quite, I guess I didn't really think about too much. By the way, hold on, I'm sorry. Please wait. I'm
so
sorry.
This case is about a...
Sorry, wait. Before we get to this, because this one, I just want to let you know, this is going to discuss some difficult stuff. That being 18, who took his life. Because of, well, you will see shortly. So yeah, that's a trigger warning for everybody.
So this case is about a 14-year-old teenager named Sewell Setzer who engaged in a months-long relationship with an AI chatbot that his family said was a intensely sexual relationship, and that the chatbot ultimately drove this teenager into depression, and that he ultimately killed himself in February of this year. So this week, the mother of this teenager, Sewell Setzer, sued the company behind the chatbot, which is known as Character.ai. And the mother of this boy has alleged that he would be alive if not for his relationship with this chatbot. The company...
Oh, God, this is so hard to watch. This is such a devastating story. This is not what you associate with AI, but maybe it is what we should associate with it to some degree.
Declined to comment on pending litigation, but the day that this lawsuit was filed, the company did post a blog post on their website detailing what they say are new safety measures that they're putting in place, some specifically for children on the platform. Advocates for more protection.
Yeah, kids have never lied about their ages before. There's no way for them to get around that one. Jesus. That's a difficult story. All right, but I felt honestly, it just came across my desk, my feed. As at the same time I was talking about all this, looking at all this AI stuff earlier, and just it felt like a story that we should at least look at. Let's try and move on to something less sad. A different piece of litigation. Let's talk about elephant justice. Wait, where's my elephant shout?
An animal rights group is trying to win the release of 5 elephants who are being held at a zoo. They've brought this case on appeal to the top court in Colorado, the Colorado Supreme Court. They say that the animals are suffering in captivity. These are animals that are used to roaming for miles, and now they're living in a zoo with very little room to move around and do what elephants like to do. They are asking the court to give these elephants the rights that humans have to challenge unlawful confinement. It's an old long-standing right under common law, and they want these animals to have that right. The zoo says that these animals are well cared for, and they're also elderly. They were all in their 40s and 50s. They were captured when they were a lot younger and have lived in captivity most of their lives. On Thursday, lawyers from both sides, from the zoo and the animal rights group, made their arguments before the Colorado Supreme Court. The court did not rule right away. They are going to be thinking about this case and issue a ruling in the coming weeks or maybe months. It's worth noting that the same group, the Non-Human Rights Project, brought a similar lawsuit in New York. They tried to win the release of an elephant named Happy, who lives at the Bronx Zoo, and they failed in that case.
Well, I'll try and keep you up to date on this story. Hopefully these elephants win their case. Mix in some Mudang, please. What is this, Sunday Fun Day? No, we'll do Mudang maybe tomorrow. I mean, we've done Mudang in the past. But yeah, maybe we'll mix some Mudang in for Sunday Fun Day, and maybe for Halloween, maybe we'll find... I don't know if they've done any sort of Halloween-themed Mudang videos, but maybe we could do that then. But but yeah. Yeah, we can't just go, why? What is this, anarchy? Okay. All right, let's go to this. This is KSL News from 11 hours ago. Lake fire in Utah. Still going on. We've talked about this before.
The Yellow Lake fire is now 45% contained. It is still burning more than 33,000 acres in Duchesne and Wasatch counties.
Jesus.
As of today, crews have fully contained the southern perimeter while continuing to fight in the northern parts. This fire is thought to be human caused. It is still under investigation.
And I've actually been meaning to do a clip video of this, but I haven't gotten to it. And unfortunately, I didn't even get more videos on it, but I should have. But 30,000 acres have already burned there in Utah from this fire, and still not done. Although, hopefully with the coming colder weather, it will help firefighters in the effort of suppressing that, but, well, still an ongoing situation. All right, let's go to this. This is from a couple of days ago. This is a Hurricane Helene related story, but it's actually something of a bittersweet sort of dealio. Let's go here.
In the most unlikely of places, a pile of hurricane debris.
And tonight, the search is on for the owner of a missing ring with a message. Joe Kovac is a public works engineer in St. Petersburg. He oversees hurricane debris collection at a dump site. Kovac says one of his contractors found the ring box in a pile of Hurricane Helene debris. Inside the box, a message, quote, "I was 18 when my parents gave it to me. We're not showing the actual ring. Kovac wants the owner to describe it before he hands it over."
I feel like something like this wasn't meant to be thrown in a pile like that.
I mean, none of it was.
Based on where the debris piles are coming from.
Let's be real. None of that stuff was meant to be thrown into a pile like that. But, you know, hurricanes happen. But I just thought it was a great story. And hopefully the person whose ring that is alive. Heard this story somehow and will eventually get back that ring that is apparently very important to them. Okay, let's move it along. Staying in Florida, let's talk about a parent situation you might not be aware of, but is apparently something of a... I mean, to some degree it's always been known, but apparently the exact extent of it is being, well, due to some recent things, being amended, or by at least by scientists, it would seem. That being the capabilities of Burmese pythons to eat prey much larger.
Off the top at 5:30, scientists are learning invasive pythons in South Florida can eat bigger prey than they realized, and that includes an adult deer. Good evening. I'm Jim Barry.
And I'm Naja Sherman. Thank you for joining us. CBS News Miami's Ted Scouten is in the Everglades. He has more on how the discovery is posing serious concerns for South Florida's ecosystem.
Scientists got more than they ever imagined when they actually came across a python eating a full-grown deer, and it was all in one mouthful.
These are things you don't see every day.
A rare sight that scientists came upon while tracking pythons in the Everglades.
It doesn't look like a python anymore. It just looks like a suitcase or something.
That's a 7-pound full-grown buck in the mouth of a 14.8-foot python.
It's almost like we caught the serial killer in act here out in the field.
Ian Bartasek is a biologist with the Conservancy of Southwest Florida in Naples.
Almost everything is on the menu for native wildlife in Florida. In fact, it's easier to say what they don't eat.
Jesus
we haven't
Christ,
seen them eat fish
dude.
or turtles, but if
14-foot python eating full-sized deer. Holy shit. Look how big its mouth is stretched. I mean, it is insane. It's gotta be like 2 feet wide.
it's furry and feathery, it's probably on the menu of the python.
Look closely. You see the snake's head on top of the deer with its mouth opened around it.
So the moral of the story is don't underestimate the Burmese python.
So we've been here at this place at Max Fish Camp since 1932.
Marshall Jones is a fifth-generation gladesman at Max Fish Camp.
I have seen pythons take down large prey. I've seen them take down deer here in the Everglades. I've seen them take rabbits, large birds like turkey vultures and great blue herons.
Marshall says native wildlife are not prepared to take on the invasive apex predator. Between pythons and man-made problems, he's seen an alarming decrease in native animals.
Growing up here, I witnessed the Everglades full of wildlife, just absolutely teeming with every species that is now near the extinction level. And my children have seen substantially less, and I fear that my grandchildren will see practically none.
Scientists say these pythons will eat just about anything. As a matter of fact, during necropsies, they pulled out 85 different species from their bellies. In the Everglades, Ted Scouten, CBS News, Miami.
Pretty remarkable.
Okay. Yeah, no kidding. It's remarkable. Okay. All right.
Joe initially pointed it out, thinking
Pause. Okay, now let's go to another story. This time in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Massachusetts.
Joe initially pointed it out, thinking that there was possibly a dead whale on the horizon. You know, we kind of kept an eye on it. It ended up looking a lot more like a boat that had capsized, and he mentioned almost immediately after, you know, recognizing that there seemed to be a pair of hands waving, and that triggered the response. In talking to him, we found out a lot more details about how serious and dire the situation really was. Prior to us arriving, he had been on the hull for about an hour adrift, you know, and he was drifting southeast, essentially away from land, away from boats, getting further and further away. And he kind of detailed for us what had happened, which was, you know, a larger wave broke the stern of his boat and was able to, you know, flip his boat essentially. And he was in the water, you know, quickly and didn't have time to grab a life vest or his phone. He said he had, you know, attempted to flag down 3 different boats that had passed by him, and none of them saw him. And at this time of the year, you know, we were losing daylight fast. So, you know, us arriving at that time, it really was a right place, right time scenario.
Wow. If that, I mean, that is just, that's a literal miracle. Okay. Like, if those guys hadn't crossed paths essentially with this boat, which is really easy to do in open water, I would point out, in the middle of the fucking ocean, to just, you know, just not pass something, especially because you're all just floating in different directions. You know, this guy could have just been lost at sea. And probably dead, to be real. That was a good end to what could have been a horrifying story. All right, let's go here to all the way to the Philippines, I guess. Yeah, let's go to the Philippines, where Tropical Storm Trami, aka Cyclone Christine, there's 2 different, people are calling it 2 different things, but it's the same thing. And it hit the Philippines over the last few days and has utterly devastated the country, leaving at least 130 people dead as of 12 hours ago or so. The latest report that I have. Start here with the Associated Press.
Ako! Adiseo no! Jawab! Jawab! Paling itu dulu. Burik. Ay sabun mansa itu. Kanemo. Marigus ko. Awan, kita na kita.
Sibo rani po.
Karayong konday niya, ma'am. Pemahaman.
How many images like this have we seen? This is too much.
That's too much, man!
You left for a few days to return to find that I'm a hoarder? What, because of the pumpkins and the decorations? Is that what you're talking about? Come on. That's harsh. That's harsh.
How rude!
Sabi ko, ito ka pupulutin, tapos na. Isip-sipin yan, sila din. Mabigat ka! Papangulip ako nga!
What is this guy doing? What is he? I can't believe he's doing that. Oh my god, biking through 2 feet of water. Interesting choice. my god. The resolution on this is so bad. There we go. There have been so many deadly storms this storm season, it is just insane. I don't know what the death toll is from storms and rain this year, but higher than one would think. This is sort of the new normal right now. Ugh, now I'm using the term. I hate that term. Why am I calling it the new normal? It's not the... We're gonna change things, okay? We're gonna change things, Chad, I swear to God. Okay, now let's go backwards, because I fucked up. I should have put China first and then Philippines, because I always go west to east, but I screwed up, I screwed us, and for all of that, I am sorry. I just realized I'm behind on the stream. Alright, let's go to China. Take in a stunning view from an unexpected place. That's the best bathroom view I've ever seen in my life. Wow. I feel like that would really make things, you know, getting your business, if you will, done. Just such a, I mean, such a transformative experience. You know what we're gonna do? It's gonna maybe throw some people off. But we were actually through the environmental stuff today because we're so focused, like, well, not we, I'm so focused on the election and Israel right now. There's plenty of stuff to talk about with that, but we do talk about that stuff. I feel like more than practically any channel that I watch. So we are going to finish this up with one more video here in New Zealand. And then we are going to do space clips before the break instead of after the break, which is crazy, I know. But that's what's happening. Where are we going? Right, New Zealand. I think we might have talked about this fire already, but I just wanted to talk about it again because this is bad.
There are grave concerns for the biodiversity of one of the North Island's largest wetlands, ravaged by a large blaze for 3 days, which still isn't under control. Crews have been working to put out the vegetation fire at the Whangamarino wetland near Hampton Downs in Waikato since Monday. The fire's now gone through more than 1,000 hectares as firefighters battle flames and challenging conditions underfoot. Jacob Johnson explains.
Hectare after hectare, incinerated and still burning.
I hoped I would never have to use my skills out in such a situation. It's really, really bad.
For 3 days, this blaze has been tearing through the Whangamarino wetland, the boggy terrain making access difficult, forcing firefighting efforts to the skies.
Crews were up to their knees in mud, so it's just too dangerous to have crews in there, and it's too hard to work in that sort of condition. So at this stage, we're just working it by the ear.
As of last night, the fire had ripped through around 520 hectares. It's now burned through more than 1,000. Fire crews are hoping it'll be contained by around 8 o'clock tonight, but it'll be several days before the fire is fully out. While there are no properties at risk, there are major concerns about the environmental impacts of this blaze. The wetland is home to threatened species like the Australasian bittern and New Zealand fernbird. It's also one of the country's largest carbon sinks, absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere.
We've seen extensive damage on the
Yeah, and that's the exact opposite of what you want, right? You don't want to burn your biggest carbon sink when you're trying to fight climate change. And of course, we're not literally burning it, it's just on fire. But this is a really bad, really bad story. I mean, this is the opposite of what we need, what New Zealand needs, what the Earth needs, stuff like this. And this is not the only place where we have wetlands burning, which are, like he mentioned, huge carbon sinks. They take in carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and they store it in there forever. And then plants and stuff and whatever use that kind of thing and to grow. But no, instead of that, we're just actively burning, adding carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. So it's probably bad. Okay. But yeah, like we've talked about how the biggest wetland in the entire world, the one in Brazil and adjacent to the Amazon, is also on fire, has been on fire for like 3 months. And it's still not out, from my understanding, last time I checked. Now, let's talk space. Which one do we do first? Oh boy. You know what? I've held you off long enough on this one. If you saw it in the title and you've been wondering, what the heck is you talking about? Aliens are here? Well, former President Donald Trump on Joe Rogan talked aliens and UFOs, among other things. Let's take a little gander at this doozy here.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Yes,
One
Joe
of the
Rogan
things that I want
experience.
to talk to you about is the JFK file.
All right, settle down, Joe. I haven't even switched windows yet. That's going to be somewhat prohibitive to us enjoying this revelatory, if it's true information, which I honestly have. Well, I won't get ahead of myself.
And one of the things that you said was that if they show is the JFK files. And one of the things that you said was that if they showed you what they showed me, this was your quote, you wouldn't want people to know it either.
So I opened them up partially. I was met with, from good people, good people. People that were well-meaning. Mike Pompeo was one of them. He's a good person. They called me. They said,
debatable. Fucking debatable. So not even. I mean, probably doesn't even warrant a debate. Honestly, no, wrong.
Good person.
Not a good person.
They called me. They said, "Sir, would rather have you not." And I did open them. But I was asked by some people not to open them. There's a Martin Luther King file, too, by the way, that they'd like to see. I don't know if you know, but there is that. But JFK in particular. So they called me, a lot of good people called me, people that that you would find reasonable people. And they asked me not to do it. So I said, well, we'll close it for another time. But if I win, I'm going to.
I love that statement. People that you would find reasonable. That is a very specific group of people. Well, actually, no, not. Or at least it alludes to a specific group of people that Joe would respect. I mean, have you seen some of the people that Joe Rogan brings on this channel and who he respects? Come on.
So I said, well, we'll close it for another time. But if I win, I'm going to open them up. I'm just going to open enough time.
Why didn't you open it up the first time, though?
Because
What
a lot
was
of times,
what was the hesitation, though?
Addresses, people that are still living. There are people that are affected. And there could be some national security reason that that I don't have to necessarily know about. But some very good, talented people asked me not to do it. I opened it up, and then they said, would it be possible for us to do?
What does that mean? The way he talks about it is like, I was opening the book, and they're like, no, Mr. Sir, we can't have you opening the book. Can't do that. No.
At a different day.
How much of it did you read into?
I I think it's going to be just fine to open it. Let me put it that way. I think it's fine. It's going to be time. It's a cleansing. It's really a cleansing. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately upon entering office.
Well, the thing, when people look at it from the outside and you sort of imagine what could be a reason why they would not release those files, it would be there's people that were implicated in the assassination.
Yeah. Well, when there are living people, you generally tend not to want to do it. When people are still living.
Living people that formerly work for the government.
For the government, and living people that were somehow involved in it, and you tend not to do that. But it's time to open them.
Donald Trump really knows his audience here. Like, when it came to this moment, like, I feel like this particular, like this clip, this 6.5 minutes, is him reciting stuff that I'm trying to think of who told him to say this. It might be Stephen Miller, but it might actually not. I'm struggling to figure out exactly who it was that was telling Donald Trump to really lean in the conspiracy theories at this one, but it's like somebody did some sort of algorithmic analysis of Joe Rogan's audience, and it was like, okay, these are the two things you got to hit when you're there, okay? JFK, you're going to open it up, and then this.
Somehow involved in it, and you tend not to do that. But it's time to open them. I can't tell you whether or not they're going to find anything of interest. And I did partially open. I think I've opened 50%, but I was asked not to do it, and I thought that was a reasonable ask. But now I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it very soon. There's a lot of interest in it.
One of the things that
there's a lot of interest in the people coming from space,
Yes.
And I know you're interested in that.
Oh, I'm very interested in that. How much did they tell you
No.
about that?
Wait.
Really?
What? You're interested in that, Mr. Joe Rogan guy with a literal flying saucer on your desk right here? I mean, betwixt the antlers on here and your massive, just fucking massive French press. I mean, that thing is huge. Yeah, no kidding.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. We got to hear.
There's a lot of interest in the people coming from space,
Yes.
And I know you're interested in
Oh,
that.
I'm very interested in that. How much did they tell you about that?
A lot.
Really? What did they tell you? How much can you tell?
So
how's that work? Is it like super
I think
top
I can
secret?
tell,
me.
Well, based on Hunter Biden, I can say whatever the hell I
Yes.
want, right? But no. But I interviewed a few people. It's never been my thing, I have to be honest. I have never been a believer. I have people that Area 51 or whatever it is.
Mhm.
I think it's the #1 tourist attraction in the whole country or something. Area 51 in Las Vegas. Do you know that, right?
Sure. I know what it is.
So anyway, but it's a big tourist thing. So I interviewed jet pilots that say they saw something. If you saw them, you'd love to have them as
I've
your
had a
son.
couple in here. Commander David Fravor, I had him in, who had that sighting in 2004. Very, very compelling with video evidence, radar evidence. Ryan Graves.
I don't believe his name, but I interviewed jet
I don't believe his
pilots
name.
that were solid people. Perfect. I mean, great pilots, great everything.
Solid, perfect people. I don't believe his name.
I don't believe his name, but I interviewed jet pilots that were solid people. Perfect. I mean, great pilots, great everything. And they said, we saw things, sir, that were very strange. Like a round ball, but it wasn't a comet or a meteor. It was something. And it was going 4 times faster than an F-22, which is a very fast plane, And it was round. Which is in theory a great shape.
So when you were talking to these people, was this something that you were compelled to have conversations
No.
about? Was this your personal interest?
No, a little bit. It's not a great interest for me, but it's a little interest. I get that question as much.
That response is what makes me think that this was absolutely a talking point someone told him to say. I mean, it's not like they're reaching here. Like, they know who they're talking to. Joe Rogan loves UFOs and loves the JFK files. So, I mean, like, they're talking to like 10 plus million person audience at least. Actually, it might be higher. How many fucking subscribers does this asshole have? It's a lot. I know it's a lot. But, but I mean, he's like, yeah, it's not really a big interest of mine, but I hear you people are really big into it, so I figured I'd just say a bunch of random stuff about it. Somebody told me it would be probably good.
In theory, a great shape.
So when you were talking to these people, was this something that you were compelled to have conversations about? Was this your personal interest?
No, a little bit. It's not a great interest for me, but it's a little interest. I get that question as much as almost any question. Do you think that we have aliens coming, flying around or whatever?
What do you think?
There's no reason not to. I mean, there's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life. Because
Mars, we've had probes there and rovers. And
even Joe Rogan is happy to fact. Oh, Joe. Oh, Joe, you're. Oh, stop trying to. Oh boy.
Life, because
Mars, we've had probes there and rovers, and I don't think there's any life there.
Well, maybe it's life that we don't know, but
maybe there was life there at one point in time. This is the speculation about Mars, that Mars had an atmosphere at one point in time, a long time ago, that could support life. It also had large bodies of water, but we've had no evidence of even bacterial life that exists on Mars. But the universe is pretty vast.
It's not been a big thing for me. I mean, when I look at what China did to this, they would have never done it with me, where they put the balloon up, and a lot of people thought for a little while that was one of these things. So,
that's a lot of the speculation too, that some of these drones that hover over battleships, that these are Chinese drones, and that they're not UFOs.
They could be also.
There's some super sophisticated.
But I did interview, let's say 3 or 4 guys and without tremendous interest, if you had them. As I said, you'd love to have them as your children. Solid, beautiful people. They said, sir.
I think he's looking to adopt and maybe sort of replace Tiffany. That's what it feels like right now.
Children, solid, beautiful people. They said, sir, there's something there.
There's something there.
Said it, yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to quite a few of them.
They're not conspiracy guys.
Well, I mean, just the Commander David Fravor thing in 2004 off the coast of San Diego, they clocked that thing going from 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 in a second.
Yeah.
They don't know what it is.
That's tough to beat.
Yeah, they saw something in the water. It was hovering over that something that was making a disturbance in the water. They got video evidence of this thing. 2 different fighter jets with pilots in them saw it. There's, visual evidence, photographic evidence, video evidence, radar evidence. Whatever the hell it is, it moves in a way that would turn a human being into jello if they were inside of it. The G-force, no one would survive.
Oh,
the G-force. Oh, I know all about the G-force.
That. And it doesn't have a heat signature. They don't know what their propulsion system was. But
when you fly in some of these jets, these pilots have to be in great shape.
Oh, yeah. I flew with the Blue Angels once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to fly. I guess it's an FA-18.
And those are older machines.
And they're crazy.
When you fly in some of these things,
oh, my God.
Amazing. Yeah, but
I can imagine.
You got to be special.
You got to be special. You got to be a solid and beautiful guy. Strong. Well, there you go. They could already be here, the aliens. You heard him. He said it in there, as well as a bunch of other crazy shit. Oh boy. But yeah, there you go. He's going to release the RFK files, and it's something about aliens. I didn't quite pick up on what's going on there. It was a little bit, a little unclear, but did sound like he believed not only are aliens potentially here, but also on Mars, I guess. It's all very confusing. You think they're taking the jobs? They could be. I guess they could be. All the illegal aliens taking the jobs. Is that what he's been talking about this whole time? Wow, this whole time I thought he was just being racist, but I guess maybe he was talking about real aliens. But what? How's a wall gonna help with that? I don't think he understands physics. All right, let's go here. Last space story before the break. a story we've been talking about for quite some time.
Like we said before, the capsule's going about 15 or 16 miles per hour.
And splashdown.
Dragon successfully re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, followed by deployment of its parachutes to slow the spacecraft down, wired straps and harnesses around, as you can see there, around the Dragon capsule. And then that nest will translate toward the camera that we are looking from now. So that nest will translate toward the forward end of the recovery vessel. All right, lift now underway as we bring Dragon Endeavour out of the water. So the side hatch was never used while it was in space. So this will be the first time that that side hatch will be reopened since liftoff.
It is typically one of those middle seats because they're easiest to reach. So again, you do see that crew member getting some assistance. I can't quite tell who it is just yet.
I can only imagine what it feels like to have to stand up after spending nearly 8 months in space.
Some thumbs up.
Okay. So those are some of the astronauts aboard the ISS who've been there for quite some time, coming back home.
We start in the US, where
Although
Donald
there are
Trump's
still-
presidential campaign has made a legal
My understanding is that the other astronauts are still stuck on board, the ones from the failed Starliner flight. Whoops, why did I just open Discord? Don't do that. Close. There we go. Let's see here. Well, actually, maybe the other astronauts did come with them. I gotta double check. I honestly been doing too much other research, but I just that was my understanding. But we're gonna take a quick break, so I'll figure that out during the break. Actually, look, the space stories are honestly not my highest priority. I know that might be crazy to you. What? But, you know. Some of this other stuff sort of takes precedent. Okay. So, well, actually, no. This.
For the very soul of our nation, we have seen what can be unburned by what.
Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. The next thing I'm going to say is that you should definitely consider contributing to the Galactic News Network by way of either Patreon, Cash App, or PayPal, or Twitch even, if you are so inclined, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. $2 a month on Patreon, and you get a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits. Alright, enjoy this space break, and I'll be right back.
Unburdened by what has been and who has done what? Always believe
Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. We are going to get on with the show. All right. Yes, Earth news time. Global stuff has been happening. And I looked it up on the break. Those 2 astronauts are still stuck on the space station from the Starliner. Boeing, whatever you want, failed. Whatever. So yeah, they are still stuck on there, but people are still coming and going on the ISS while they sit there. Now let's start in the United Kingdom. And I figured we would discuss this story a little bit more. We really quickly looked at it earlier, but I figured we would look at it again now. Here is the BBC from a few days ago. Yep. Trump campaign accuses the UK's Labour Party of US election interference.
Illegal.
Labour Party here for what it claims is illegal foreign contributions and interference in the US election. A statement from the Trump-Vance campaign says the far-left Labour Party has inspired Kamala's dangerous liberal policies and rhetoric. In recent weeks, they've recruited and sent party members to campaign for Kamala in critical battleground states.
You want to know what I hear when I hear that?
Has inspired Kamala's dangerous liberal policies and rhetoric.
Wait, sorry.
US election. A statement from the Trump-Vance campaign says the far-left Labour Party has inspired Kamala's dangerous liberal policies and rhetoric. In recent weeks, they've recruited and sent party members to campaign for Kamala in critical battleground states, attempting to influence our election. A now-deleted social media post from a senior Labour official said that there were 10 spots available to travel to the US and that the party would sort housing for volunteers. But Labour officials say activists who have been campaigning for Kamala Harris are doing so in their personal capacity and are not organised or funded by the party. For some context, a foreign national can participate in campaign activities as long as they're not being paid for it. That's according to the Federal Election Commission. This is not the first time that either Labour or Conservative Party staff have campaigned in the US election. Our North America correspondent Peter Bowes reports.
Donald J. Trump.
US election interference by the Labour Party. The claim being made by Donald Trump's campaign that Britain's ruling party and Kamala Harris's campaign have broken the law. In a 6-page letter to America's election watchdog, the Federal Election Commission, a lawyer for the Trump campaign cites media reports about contact between Labour and the Harris campaign and requests an immediate investigation into blatant foreign interference with apparent illegal foreign national contributions made by the Labour Party. The row revolves around efforts by Labour to send volunteers to the states to help Kamala Harris. The letter cites this now deleted post on the networking site LinkedIn, apparently from a senior Labour official saying 10 spots were available to travel to the US and that the party would sort housing for volunteers. The Trump campaign says that suggests Labour is financially supporting volunteers. It's not illegal for foreign nationals to campaign in US elections, but they can't be paid for it. In a statement, the Trump campaign said Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz were seeking foreign influence to boost what it called their radical message.
Okay, hold on. We're going to skip forward a little bit. But what it turns out is that no, nobody was paid. No one was even given an apartment.
Well, our political editor Chris Mason is travelling with the Prime Minister in Samoa for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, where the Trump row threatens to overshadow the trip.
Oh, sorry.
Hello from Winnipeg in the Canadian.
I didn't finish what I was saying. I just stopped in the middle of my sentence. So yeah, nobody was given money. Nobody was given an apartment or a house to live in or anything like that. They were staying with other people, right? They were essentially just couch surfing as they volunteered to help in the election, which is completely legal.
Illegal. On our way to the South Pacific, to Samoa, for a gathering of Commonwealth heads of government. To put it gently, it's a long way. We've still got a long, long way to go. Quite the row, though, bubbling whilst we've been on the first leg of this flight between Donald Trump and the UK Labour Party. It's only a couple of weeks ago that Keir Starmer was having dinner with Donald Trump in New York, meeting him for the first time. Now there's this row that centres on a post on LinkedIn, the CV and Jobs website, from a Labour Party staffer, a head of operations, suggesting that people might want to go out to campaign for Kamala Harris, the big rival of Donald Trump, Kamala Harris of the Democrats, the current vice president, with a suggestion that their housing would be sorted. Now that has caused real anger from the Trump campaign, because they reckon that it amounts to illegal electoral interference, particularly the idea that somehow money might have changed hands. Now Labour say that is absolutely not the case. These are volunteers. This happens at every election and it's been blown out of all proportion. Perhaps some injudicious language and now deleted social media posts at the heart of it. But quite the thing when we are just a couple of weeks away from the US presidential election.
That's our political.
Okay. There's other problems with AI. Of course there are. But we can only cover so many of them per stream, we are limited on time in all of these. So we have to sort of attack it in a piecemeal effort. Let's go here to Associated Press from a day ago to quickly discuss the Commonwealth, what's it called? Conference? I forget what it's called, but the leaders of the Commonwealth nations are meeting along with Keir Starmer and other UK representatives.
I think we should be clear from the outset that the slave trade, slave practice was abhorrent. And it's very important that we start from that place. And of course, that matters hugely to many of the countries that are represented here. The question then is, where do we go from there? Now, my posture, if you like, is that we should be forward-looking, that we should look at what are today's challenges in this group of countries represented here today. And in the discussions I've already had before I came here and since I've been here, it's very clear to me that the major challenges are resilience in the face of climate challenges, and also the question of how we improve trade between our countries. And that's my posture, if you like, my focus is on the forward look, not the sort of backward look. We talk about our history, can't change our history, but we should certainly talk about our history and be clear about.
Wouldn't want to look backwards, that would get uncomfortable quickly.
Apologise, not pay any money.
Well, look, I think that, we recognise that, and of course, apologies have already been made in relation to the slave trade, and that's not surprising. It's what you would expect.
Oh, we're sorry, and we've been sorry. Come on.
The time has come for a discussion on whether Britain should commit to reparations for its role in the transatlantic slave trade. That's what leaders of Commonwealth nations said in a joint statement on Saturday as they wrapped up a week-long biennial summit in Samoa, though Britain has long rejected calls for financial compensation for nations affected by slavery.
Noting the calls for a discussion on reparatory justice.
At a news conference, Commonwealth Secretary-General Patricia Scotland read out the statement, noting the issue's importance to the group's 56 members, who are mostly former British colonies.
The time has come for a meaningful truthful and respectful conversation towards forging a common future based on equity.
Victims of what's called blackbirding were also included in the statement. That's a term for people from places such as the Pacific Islands being deceived, coerced or kidnapped to work on plantations. The statement did not mention what form reparations should take.
So we agreed a plan here in Samoa to boost investment across the Commonwealth.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer told a separate news conference that the summit's reparation discussions have not been about money. With the climate crisis the other concern topping the group's agenda, the Commonwealth leaders also issued their first Oceans Declaration on Saturday. It agrees that a nation's maritime boundaries should remain fixed, even if climate change causes small island states to be submerged. That would allow atoll nations to continue reaping the economic benefit of vast fishing grounds after losing its lands. The declaration bolsters momentum for international law to recognise the perpetual statehood of sinking island states. Many of the Commonwealth nations, including the summit's host Samoa, are low-lying islands at risk from rising sea levels caused by climate change.
So yeah, I haven't seen a ton of footage from this yet. I expect we'll talk about this more in the coming days. But yeah, UK probably should be considering, reparations and sort of just generally making up for its colonial footprint of the past. All right. Okay, let's go here. Here's the Associated Press from 10 hours ago, where apparently a recent attack has killed 5 people, including a child, in the Dnipro region of Ukraine. You thought it would be called a typhoon? And well, I think I'm pretty sure typhoons are only in the on the other side, right? Because technically, if it's coming from the Pacific, whatever. I think you get what I'm saying. Because there's 3 different kinds, right? Typhoon, cyclone, and hurricanes, and they all denote which ocean they're in. So yeah, continued attacks from Russia and Ukraine. Everybody seems to be sort of just gearing up, ramping up, or just sort of being the ones that are the receiving ends of these gearing up or ramping up of attacks. Happening not just in the Middle East, or it's just everywhere, it seems like, practically. It's just getting way out of hand at this point. I keep getting fucking real fucked up flashes in my brain most days thinking about what's coming next. And it's videos like this that kind of make me do that. This is footage of a Taiwanese battery test. Sorry, excuse me. I played this in the wrong order. Yeah, so this is a what do you call it? Like a gun battery on Taiwan's shores being tested. This is footage from that test. Kind of sounds like popcorn. This exercise simulated the enemy using the cover of night to attempt to land and launch an assault on our troops. The purpose of the drills was to enhance the combat readiness of Taiwanese forces in night operations and strengthen their overall defensive capabilities. this is the vibe out there. Feels like. And we're just going to go straight to the Middle East now, because we have so much to talk about there. I mean, it's only been a day since I streamed, but it's just continuing to get worse and worse. I guess we'll start here. We talked about this really quickly before. This is more footage from that strike, that being the Turkish airstrike in Syria. I believe they struck Jordan as well, against the Kurds. Let's go here to the Associated Press from a day ago, showing one of the sites which was struck by Turkey, that being a oil refinery. Whoops. It was yesterday night around 2:30 when the assault happened. There were about 6 attacks and we lost 7 people. 7 martyrs of workers and guards, and we have approximately 17 injured. They were all poor workers working in the refinery and trying to make a living. I mean, it is a civilian facility, not a military one. Oh boy. So yeah, I mean, they continue to... Not, this isn't even Israel, right? This is Turkey who's decided to do this one. And it, you know, it just seems like allies of the West right now in the Middle East are just attacking whomever they want at this point. Turkey's decided to get in on it. They're watching Israel do whatever they want. They've decided to now also do whatever the hell they want. So that's great. Good job. This is what happens when the supposed world order, the supposed legal framework of the international community falls apart, when its supposed biggest proponents are just actively supporting people violating such things on a regular basis. Well, people are emboldened to do fucked up stuff as well. Because why not? If you're not going to hold them to account, you can't hold us to account. You thought it was a card shuffler? Oh, you mean this? It's a money counter. If that's what you were referring to, at least. I don't know if that's what you meant. All right, let's go here to Lebanon. This is video from a few days ago, which we didn't actually see on this stream, but this is wild. Just completely leveled an entire, what appeared to be an apartment building. It's clearly a civilian area. You can see people's apartments from here, right? Like, at least, I mean, these certainly appear to be apartments to me. What else would they be? Okay. Now, let's go here. This was a meeting between Jordanian foreign minister, oh shit, I forgot this guy's name. But him and Anthony Blinken met recently, and he had some choice words to say.
It is critical that we continue to engage. We count a lot on your role. Your leading role is essential for us to be able to get through the nightmare that the region continues to live. We really stand at the brink of regional war now. The only path to save the region from that is for Israel to stop the aggressions on Gaza, on Lebanon, stop unilateral measures, illegal measures on the West Bank that is also pushing the situation towards the abyss. We want this to end, and we want to be able to get to a place where we can really talk about achieving a just and lasting peace that will guarantee the security of all. But we meet at a very, very critical moment. As you mentioned, the humanitarian situation is really difficult. We look at northern Gaza now, where we do see ethnic cleansing taking place, and that has got to stop.
We've had very good and important conversations this week, including this morning, on ending the war in Gaza and charting a path for what comes next.
Oh my God. Stop talking about charting paths. And like just completely like nonsense things that are intangible. It is so disingenuous for Anthony Blinken to be sitting here talking about doing stuff in Gaza. At this point, if he's not actively stopping the IDF with his own body from going into Gaza, then he's not doing enough. Mostly due to the fact of the massive deficiency in that regard.
And those conversations will continue, but I think this is a moment of importance and urgency that we're working to seize. I also had the opportunity to speak to Prime Minister Mikati in Lebanon, and there too we have a sense of real urgency in getting to a diplomatic resolution and the full implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701.
Oh, really?
Such that there can be
In what
real
way?
Security.
In what way? Because you, I think, I've heard you say that you support what Israel's been doing in Lebanon against Hezbollah. So how can they do that and also not violate Section 1701? Because it literally is a violation of it. So, because if you're not aware of, 1701 from UNSC is intended to, it was made in the wake of the Lebanese, or it wasn't even the wake, it was, I think, one of the reasons why the last war between Lebanon and Israel stopped.
Along the border between Israel and Lebanon, and people, both sides of the border, can have the confidence to be able to return to their homes. And there as well, we are intensely engaged, and we are working hard to move this forward and get to that diplomatic resolution.
Such bullshit. I've seen zero evidence of any of that.
Jordan is an essential partner for the United States.
Hold on.
Is for Israel to stop the aggressions on Gaza, on Lebanon, stop unilateral measures, illegal measures on the West Bank that is also pushing the situation towards the abyss. We want this to end, and we want to be able to get to a place where we can really talk about achieving a just and lasting peace that will guarantee the security of all. But we meet at a very, very critical moment. As you mentioned, the humanitarian situation is really difficult. We look at northern Gaza now, where we do see ethnic cleansing taking place, and that has got to stop. In Lebanon, I think the Lebanese government is clear now. It wants to implement Resolution 1701.
Yep. So there it is, Jordanian minister accusing Israel of ethnic cleansing, quite formally, in a public meeting with the United States. All right, let's go here to Democracy Now! From a few days ago. Hollow Heart, who we saw a quick clip of earlier this week. I figured we'd watch at least part of this discussion now that I have a little time.
This is Democracy
to throw
Now!
This in
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I am Amy Goodman in New York with Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Israel's leading human rights group, B'Tselem, has accused Israel of committing ethnic cleansing in northern Gaza, as Israel's devastating siege on the area continues. In a statement, the group said, quote, "The magnitude of the crimes Israel's currently committing in the northern Gaza Strip and its campaign to empty it of however many residents are left is impossible to describe, not just because hundreds of thousands of people enduring starvation, disease without access to medical care, and incessant bombardments and gunfire defies comprehension, but because Israel has cut them off from the world." These are the words of the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. In the Jabalia refugee camp, Israeli forces stormed at least 3 schools, forcing Palestinians sheltering inside to leave at gunpoint before setting fire to the buildings. Palestinians in the refugee camp say they fear they'll be killed if they stay put or if they try to flee south.
A lot of rockets fell on us, and the quadcopters started shouting and telling us to get out of the area. We evacuated and found lots of tanks and Israeli soldiers, and we were taken to a very large area, and they started shooting at us. They then started evacuating us from the area 10 by 10. When we reached here, I didn't know where to come or go. I'm sitting in the street with my children.
This comes as the UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, has issued a report stating it could take Gaza 350 years to rebuild if it remains under an Israeli blockade. Meanwhile, Israel's also intensifying its attack on Lebanon. Earlier today, Israel bombed the historic Lebanese town of Tyre, one of the oldest cities in the world.
350 years? I mean, it is just an insane number. It sounds like, I don't know, 350 years now, 2375. Sounds like fiction. Sounds like science fiction. Oh my God.
U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken's arrived in Saudi Arabia after leaving Israel, where he met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other officials. Blinken spoke to reporters before leaving Israel.
Israel has achieved most of its strategic objectives when it comes to Gaza, all with the idea of making sure that October 7th could never happen again. In the space of a year, it's managed to dismantle Hamas's military capacity. It's destroyed much of its arsenal. It's eliminated its senior leadership, including, most recently, Yahya Sinwar. This has come at the cost, great cost, to Palestinian civilians in Gaza. Now is the time.
Yeah. Also, just a huge amount of money from the American government has helped make it happen.
To turn those successes into an enduring strategic success. And there are really 2 things left to do.
What does that even mean to him? Like, when he talks about strategic successes and all this stuff, I often don't think that Anthony Blinken or any of these other ghouls have any real vision for what the Middle East looks like, aside from just a big Israel. Like a big Israel that like includes Lebanon and like all of the West Bank and Gaza, and like that's all. I mean, that's what I hear when they talk about it, because there's very, 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 very little, if any, ever consideration for Palestinians or Lebanese people or Syrians, or basically anybody who's even close to being a neighbor of Israel.
Get the hostages home and bring the war to an end with an understanding of what will follow.
That was U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken. We're joined now by Hala Raret. She served 18 years as a career diplomat before resigning in April from the State Department over the Biden administration's Gaza policy. She's the first and only State Department diplomat to publicly resign over Gaza. At the time she left, she was the Arabic language spokesperson for the State Department and the deputy director of the State Department's Dubai Regional Media Hub. Hala Raret, thank you so much for being in our New York studio. We were just playing a clip of your former boss, of U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken. Your thoughts as we just passed this first anniversary of the Hamas attack on southern Israel and the ensuing Israeli attack on Gaza that has killed, this is by far considered an underestimate by most, at least 42,000 Palestinians, over 17,000 of them children.
First of all, Amy, thank you so much for having me. It really is an honor, and I have to tell you on behalf of so many diplomats, huge fan of yours. American diplomats have been watching your show for years, and we thank you for everything that you do. In response to the onslaught of Gaza, I want to state the failures of this policy. That even for those that are thinking of it as this side versus another, we have to be realistic about the fact that it has absolutely failed. Secretary Blinken said Israel has achieved the strategic objectives in Gaza. No, it hasn't. That is quite a lie. Its objectives was the release of the hostages. That has not been achieved. Its objective was also the destruction of Hamas. That has not been achieved. The reality is that we, as the United States government, are in violation of U.S. law, of a multiple of laws that your viewers can Google for themselves. The Leahy Law, the Foreign Assistance Act, the Arms Export Control Act. We continue to willfully violate laws so that we surge U.S. military assistance to Israel. To what end? We are only empowering Benjamin Netanyahu to expand the conflict in Gaza, to expand the conflict within the West Bank, and now we're seeing the devastation in Lebanon. Again, to what end? We saw the Lebanese foreign minister insist that Nasrallah and Hezbollah had actually agreed to the US and France proposal for a ceasefire before he was assassinated. There are other ceasefires in Gaza that we have been pushing, that Netanyahu is the obstacle. Yet this administration refuses to shift its policy, refuses to enforce U.S. law, and continues to surge U.S. military assistance. And the result has been devastating. Absolutely devastating. These are human beings in Gaza that are being absolutely massacred, children, and this is going to have generational impacts and ultimately will not keep Israel any safer. And the entire region is destabilized, as we're seeing now with the threat of Iran as well. The policy has to change, and it has to change now.
And Hala, I wanted to ask you, it wasn't until earlier this month that Secretary of State Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin sent Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a letter threatening to cut off U.S. military assistance if Israel does not boost humanitarian aid to Gaza in the next 30 days. What's your response?
Thank you, Juan, for highlighting that. I can tell you, as someone that worked within the State Department PR machine, that this, unfortunately, is a public relations ploy. I'm sad to say it, but it's the truth. It is conveniently 30 days, marking the time after the election. Also, it was conveniently leaked. It's not typical for a statement like this to be leaked to the press, but it was. The reality is that the State Department and the administration at this point is trying to give voters, especially those that are so concerned about the conflict in Gaza, some level of hope. As long as you vote for us, after this 30 days, we'll enforce the law and we will make a change. This is absolutely a deception for the voters and for the American people. We don't need another 30 days. We have had ample evidence from within the United States government, not just the State Department, but a multitude of U.S. agencies with proof that Israel is violating so many of our laws, is systematically withholding humanitarian assistance from going in. As it was mentioned in the report as well, Leahy vetting is being violated, with Army units determined to have committed gross human rights violations. We need to take action, and we should have taken action months ago. This 30 days is only a PR ploy, and that is the only thing it really is, and that's the devastation of all of it, because we have to ask ourselves, what is going to happen in these 30 days? Right after this letter was sent, the Israeli government announced that medical groups were no longer allowed to go into Gaza. They informed the WHO. These are medical groups, including from the United States, that are providing life-saving assistance to people in need, to civilians in need. This was a slap in the face to the administration. If they had actually taken this letter seriously, they wouldn't have taken that step.
Okay. Now, of course, there's a lot more to that, and I wish we could listen to the whole thing. It's almost impossible to cut her off. And so, yeah, I figure that's a good place to end it. Otherwise, we're going to wind up watching the whole goddamn thing. I found myself just getting sucked into listening, and I mean, she's very knowledgeable, she left the State Department because of the fact that her expertise was not being listened to on all of this stuff is, I'm sure, incredibly frustrating for her. And she deserves, you know, certainly our respect for having left her job security, you know, career diplomats, you know, like just leaving the you know, basically the pinnacle of what is, you know, diplomat jobs, essentially. I mean, aside from being like literally, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless you're like the Secretary of State or something, like if you're in the State Department, great job. You basically made it to the end of your career. Like, and to leave it is really quite a statement. Let's keep going on. This next story is fucking disturbing. And we are going to preface it with this quick piece and go straight into it. But we are going to watch something having to do with the settler plans for Gaza that have been coming out.
The Israeli military has released footage showing what it said were people evacuating northern Gaza. A spokesperson said the army had arrested militants and allowed civilians, quote, to safely evacuate the area via organized routes. However, Palestinians described it to the Associated Press as forced displacement.
So yeah, I mean, this woman's very upset, and rightfully so. She's had to go all over the entire Gaza Strip, fleeing bombs. She has no food or access to anything. Now let's go to this next very, 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 very troubling story.
They will not stay in Gaza, by no means. Just as people from Afghanistan moved in the time of war, just as refugees from Syria moved, Ukraine, the same thing.
Really?
Will be here.
Ukraine? I can't believe she was stupid enough. Or just, I mean, I am struggling to find the word for it because I am so utterly offended by what she's saying right now. I mean, do you hear what she just said? Ukraine. Do you know what she's talking? Do you know what she is talking about right now? She's talking about the pogroms. She's talking about the goddamn pogroms of the late 1800s of Jews. It was the pre-Holocaust, like, ethnic cleansing of Jews from Eastern Europe and Russia. Like, it is like, I can't believe she's using that as an example of what they're about to do. It's this is one of the most frustrating things ever.
From Afghanistan moved in the time of war, just as refugees from Syria moved, Ukraine, the same thing will be here. How do we intend?
Unless she's talking about, I guess maybe she's talking about the Russia. Maybe I guess she may be talking about the Russia invasion. I guess I should try and be generous and say that that's what she's talking about. But that's what comes to mind. The second she says that, I'm like, what? Whatever. Either way, this is disgusting.
We have political support, we have public support, and we have the experience that we have accumulated in 55 years of settling Judea, Samaria, the Golan Heights. We settled all these areas, more than 330 settlements. It wasn't easy. We have accumulated a lot of experience, how to do it politically, how to work with the politicians, how to work with the public, and how to encourage the pioneers to be able to settle in a place that is bare land or different.
Bare land? I mean, it's not bare. I mean, it's destroyed, but it's covered in rubble because, I mean, look at the psychotic look on her face right now. This woman is scary. She just thinks the people just have to cope with it. I mean, look, it's right. I mean, it's just insane. Good God. But this combined with images like we just saw from just a few days ago there from the Associated Press with people being literally, you know, marched out like it's the Trail of Tears, the Trail of Ben Gavir's, like somebody saying here. I mean, it's just, this is horrifying. And if the U.S., and I'm so sick of the U.S. talking about these people as if there's some sort of fringe group that isn't supported by the very government with which we are giving billions of dollars a year to. Like, it's just complete just denial of reality and the facts. And this right here is what we are contending with right now. And the fact that we are funding this is utterly insane. And history will not look kindly upon it. And we're not going to watch the rest of it. It's 6 minutes of pure pain. I watched the whole thing. That 1 minute and 11 seconds was enough to cover the bases, I think. It gets worse, technically, but I mean, at this point, it's so marginal that it really is not important. Okay, well, let's go here to Qatar, where Secretary Anthony Blinken, once again, talking to Arab leaders, trying to figure out how to do everything but put pressure on Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, or any of the other people in Israeli government. Let's see how this press conference went.
Reuters.
We have the third question from Reuters.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to ask questions today. This impending round of negotiations, will this include Gaza and Lebanon, or will this round of negotiations in Doha only be focused on reaching a ceasefire in Gaza? Could you also please talk about what kind of deal will be on the table? Is this President Biden's proposal from May, or will this be something new? And if it's new, what will it be? And will we see these negotiations take place before the U.S. election? And then perhaps for both of you, you know, Israel yesterday accused 6 colleagues from Al Jazeera of being members of Hamas or Islamic Jihad. And Jazeera has condemned this, calling those allegations unfounded and suggesting that that may be justification for Israel's targeting of journalists. What is, I'd like to hear from both of you about your response to this latest development regarding Al Jazeera and its journalists in Gaza. Thank you.
I'm happy to start. So, in referring to negotiators coming back together, that was referring specifically to negotiations on the return of hostages and a ceasefire for Gaza. And that is the entire focus of their work. Separate from that is work that we're doing also very intensely on Lebanon to reach a diplomatic resolution, to see the full implementation of 1701, to enable people to return to their homes. That's separate, but it's equally intense and involves a lot of work in trying to get clear understanding.
So, he just spent like a minute not answering the question about journalists by saying, we're really busy with other stuff right now, so, you know, journalists are important too, but we got some stuff going on.
Of how we would implement 1701, and I think we're making progress on that. Going back to the negotiations on ceasefire and hostage deal, I think one of the things we're doing is looking at whether there are different options that we can pursue to get us to a conclusion, to get us to a result. And so we're talking both with our mediating partners in Qatar and in Egypt about that. And this is something that the negotiators will be discussing as well when they get together. With regard to the
report on Al Jazeera. I can't speak to the veracity of that report.
Oh, really?
It clearly needs to be
Jesus Christ. By who? Oh my fucking God. You can't speak to the veracity of it? Why? That in itself is an admission of, like, just complete, the hands-off nature of all this, and like we keep pretending like we aren't like in this, like we aren't the ones who are like, and the fact is, sure, we're not pulling the triggers on the missiles, but we are doing practically everything else. And this sort of hands-off on like, oh, Israel does what they want to do sort of bullshit narrative is just, it just doesn't play. It never really played, but it certainly doesn't play a year, like 13 months. I mean, come on, like this is insane. We have no idea because we're not making sure that Israel respects any of the rules of war. Like that's why we don't know. And it's about time we started actually forcing them to at least do that at the very fucking least.
We very much support the work of journalists in Gaza and everywhere else around the world, including in areas of conflict. And we're equally determined that journalists be protected.
Well, actually, I take that back. Not bullshit, because there seems to be no no amount of determination on any of this, from what I can tell. So actually, it might be a true statement, because it's the exact same amount. Right, yeah. Let's go to this one. This one's also annoying, but it's from the same press conference. Might as well get this done.
Today, we're announcing an additional $135 million in humanitarian assistance, water, sanitation, maternal health for Palestinians in Gaza.
This is idiotic, okay? This is fucking idiotic. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars for the aid for the people that are being bombed by the people who were giving money to bomb them with. Like it's the most paradoxical possible situation we could be in, I feel like, geopolitically. And it's complete. It's a nonsense. It's a completely, utterly nonsense Twilight Zone version of of the world that we are both paying for the bombs and paying for the aid. I can tell you what, if we cut off both, we'll actually probably solve the situation faster.
In the West Bank, as well
And I'm not saying like cut off aid to Palestine. I'm saying like if the United States would just stop giving money to this conflict right now, I think it would actually wind up being a net benefit for Palestinians, regardless of the fact that there would be slightly less aid. It's not like there's a ton of aid coming in anyway, right? I mean, come on. We talked recently about how in one day only 7 trucks made it in, which is approximately 1.3% of the aid needed to be provided for Palestinians to survive in a single day. So, I mean, it's not like all this money we keep talking about is doing anything.
And I would note that since October 7th of last year, our humanitarian assistance by the United States now totals more than $1.2 billion.
I'll bet you money that $1.2 billion figure includes the $400 million that was spent on the failed and never once delivering any aid floating aid pier that was brought in. So it's disgusting that we've spent over $1 billion to get basically no aid to Palestinians, just to look like we're doing it. In fact, some of the aid that we sent technically killed Palestinians. If you didn't see any of those stories from early on, we were dropping aid from the air and it was landing on civilians. You just need to focus on getting Israel to stop doing what it's doing. Easiest way to solve it all. doing anything other than that is basically just sort of like an intentional denial of reality and sort of a obfuscation, an intentional sort of ignorance.
Mr. Secretary, you said just a moment ago you anticipate negotiators will be getting together in the coming days. Could you just give us a bit more detail, perhaps about when and who and how significant that is? And moving on to what's happening on the ground in Gaza, the war crimes lawyer Philippe Sands told the BBC yesterday that it is impossible to see what is going on now in Gaza and not say crimes are screaming out. We know that Linda Thomas-Greenfield told the Security Council the US is watching to ensure a, quote, policy of starvation is not being carried out by Israel. The newspaper Haaretz this month quoted 3 reserve soldiers in Gaza saying it was their impression that the so-called general's plan was being carried out. One said commanders openly refer to it. People sat and wrote a systematic order with charts and an operational concept, they said, at the end of which you were to shoot whoever isn't willing to leave. Now, we know the Israeli leadership denies this is happening because you asked them on Tuesday, but the former deputy head of Israel's National Security Council, Eran Etzion, has described northern Gaza as a very dangerous erosion of norms, saying that war crimes may be taking place, and if a soldier is expected to commit these, they must refuse. So my question is, do you agree with that? If an Israeli soldier is ordered to carry out any part of this apparent plan today, should they refuse?
Prime Minister, my friend, thank you. Thank you for the very good meetings today. I want to also express my appreciation.
I'm sorry, we can't listen to this whole thing. I think this question actually happens right here, I want to say. Sorry.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken and Prime Minister, for taking questions. My question is, we've reported that there's an Egyptian proposal on the table that Qatar supports for a short pause in fighting in which Hamas would release a handful of hostages and humanitarian aid deliveries would be increased. What is the status of that proposal after, Secretary Blinken, after your discussions with Israel and Arab partners this week, including the Prime Minister? And then secondly, I wanted to ask this question to both the Prime Minister and the Secretary. How confident are you in Israel's assurances that any retaliation strike against Iran will not lead to further escalation in the region at this moment? Thank you.
So I'm not going to go into any details of what's on the table or potentially on the table with regard to the hostage and ceasefire deal. As I said a moment ago,
the reason that they won't do that anymore, because they were, remember, not that long ago, just a few, maybe not a few months ago now, but yeah, no, just a few months ago, they were talking all about it. They're talking about how we were closer than we've ever been. I mean, they literally laid out every single detail of the plan, and now suddenly, oh, we gotta go, sorry, we forget about that. Take 2, and it's... it's ridiculous that we're still playing this annoying and idiotic dance. And I wish we could sort of, what do you call it? Skim through this and find this one question that I wanted to hear him answer.
Do you know what we're here for?
But, oh, hey, no comment chick with the raid. Thank you, no comment check. I hope the stream was good. Good to see you, NCC viewers. Hope you brought your comments. Let's see. What were we talking about? Ah, yes, the Middle East. All right, no, that's enough Blinken for now. And that might actually be all the Blinken we deal with for the rest of the day. Which I'm sure we're all thinking this. That... All right. Yeah, let's go here now. Associated Press from a day ago. This footage is of team at a Gaza hospital. This is the last contact that the WHO had contact with this group, which is incredibly troubling. We are still suffering from shortage of resources, supplies, and medical staff. We have lost cases that needed surgical intervention due to the lack of specialized staff.
طبعا كمساعدة أولى الآن لدي أكثر من 160 مريض هناك 15 حالة تنتظر إدخال لغرف العمليات.
There are 15 cases waiting to be admitted to the operating rooms, but we cannot admit them because there are no specialized surgical doctors.
أناشد العالم وأناشد كل من يستطيع مساعدتنا بتوفير ممر آمن.
So I don't know if you're noticing the great number of UN vests and things like that. This is the last video that any of these people were seen or spoken to. The contact was lost with this entire WHO UN group, and that leads to some very concerning conclusions. Did the raid work? Yes, the raid did work. Thank you, NCC, much appreciated. I hope the stream went well. I saw you were talking Rogan as well. Seems to be the news of the day, although we've moved well beyond and on from the Rogan at this point. All right, let's go back to Lebanon now. This is showing an aftermath of a recent Israeli strike there. This was from a day ago. But I just want to remind you that that entire crew that you just saw of UN, like people in the area, are all now missing, which may lead you to come to some conclusions on that. I wouldn't blame you for assuming the worst, which is kind of what's happening in my head right now. You were sleeping at around 3:30. It was approaching 4 in the morning. I don't know exactly what time it was, but suddenly I felt a huge weight falling on me. The way I was sleeping, I injured my left leg because I was sleeping on my left side when the walls fell. I couldn't move at all. I was breathing the dust and waiting for someone to find me. Horrifying. After a minute, then 2 and 3 minutes passed. I thought, that's it. No one will come. It's 3 in the morning. So yeah, this same strike, which this man managed to survive, killed a journalist. Just another in a long example of Israel continuing to be able to kill journalists, aid workers, UN peacekeepers, and any other group that they're not supposed to target, and face seemingly zero consequences from it. Zero sort of accountability from the United States. I don't know how we're still doing this. How we're still saying seemingly the same sentences over and over and over again, and our government, the one that is continuing to fund it, just blatantly ignoring every single thing that's said. And I'm not saying here specifically, obviously, and I don't think the government's necessarily listening to this stream, but I know that there's a lot of other streams out there saying very similar stuff. Not a lot of this talk in the mainstream US media, that's for sure. You would not get the same perspective from, I don't know, ABC or CNN. I mean, shit, Aaron Burnett sat face to face with what's his name? Oh my god. Oh, whatever. Let's go on to this. Back to Gaza. This latest strike from a day ago kills 36 people, including children. This is in Khan Yunis, a place that I thought Israel had run out of places to bomb.
Distraught parents prepared their children for burial on Friday after at least 38 people were killed, including 13 children, in an Israeli attack on Khan Yunis. At least 15 members of one family, the Al-Fahara family, were killed according to records. Many of the victims were taken to the European hospital.
Around sunset, there were clashes shooting from all directions and shells hitting the area around us. We were forced to gather inside in the living room, which is near to this house. At 2 o'clock, suddenly I found myself wedged between the rubble. I did not know anything about anyone. I started screaming and screaming until my brother and father came and they started trying to get me out. My little brother, who was 17, he was killed, and my little sister, who was 15, was also killed. This is a daily occurrence in Gaza. Dozens of people killed every single day. Literally every single day. Has not stopped. And people who want to claim that Israel's not doing a genocide because it's not done, well, I invite you to just wait a little bit longer. And of course I'm kidding. don't wait. Let's stop all this now. But you know what I'm saying? If we just wait and just continue at the rate at which Israel's going, believe me, that incomplete genocide that people keep using as a supposed defense of what Israel's been doing, well, hate to sound just horrible and cynical, but will in fact come to a conclusion at some point. No, it doesn't, I know millions of people don't disappear overnight, but you kill 50 a day, at least 50 a day, you know what I'm saying? It does. And then you add in not feeding them, making sure they have no access to medical supplies, water, electricity, or any sort of modern conveniences. Because usually people don't thrive in those conditions. The whole, human lifespan has increased due to the existence of those things we just listed. Now we're going to skip this next one because just how fucking hard it is. It's just literally just horrifying imagery. I'll probably clip some of it later for you all maybe, but let's just go to Yemen, where there were protests being held again yesterday. Today we came out in solidarity for the martyred leaders and with Gaza and Lebanon until victory. And we say to the martyred leaders, we swear by God Almighty that we will continue on your path until victory or martyrdom for God. Yeah, and this sort of rhetoric is honestly concerning. It's surely extremist in nature, and I hate hearing all this sort of religious talk amidst all of this stuff, right? It genuinely makes me concerned, and it's certainly not just Arabs in the slightest. I mean, listen to Israelis talk for a second. They'll talk about Judea and Samaria ad fucking nauseum, and it's getting really tiresome. The fact is people who keep talking about Israel being the reason the Middle East is in check or whatever. Tell me that everything they're doing right now is not creating extremism. Somebody come up with a good argument for that, because I don't have one. I cannot come up with one, because everything I'm watching would suggest that that's the opposite of what's going to happen. You start obliterating people's families, starving them, and doing all these other sorts of atrocities. You cannot expect people to respond to it in sort of a pleasant manner. It's not in the human psyche to do so. Right. Israel is fully aware. You're making a valid point. And it's one that I share. I don't see how they could possibly not be. It just seems like they want that. They want this to turn into an all-out war, one which is results in the United States being dragged into it. And the fact is we already have We're pretending like we're not. We have troops on the ground now. We have boots on the ground, and U.S. equipment on the ground now, assisting. So that means the United States is involved in this now, officially. We can't pretend like we're just funding it. I almost forgot. I genuinely almost forgot because the media is completely forgotten about it already, seemingly intentionally, because, you know, we have troops back in now, and it's wild. It's wild that that's not some massive fucking story that was talked about just for days and days and days. No, it was like one blip, and they went right back to forgetting about that. Because that makes us, I mean, not just kind of complicit, but like actively participating. Which I do believe there is at least some amount of legal distinction between them. Not that there isn't, you know, there shouldn't be consequences for both. I'm just saying that I think you can make some sort of a case for a lesser sentence based upon stuff like that, or vice versa. Let's go here now. This was a day ago, right before what we're about to talk about took place in Israel, showing Israeli officials vowing to continue the war at a funeral for soldiers killed in Lebanon. Your commanders and warriors continue their mission, so it hurts them to say goodbye to you at this funeral. The Carmeli unit and the fighters of the 22nd Brigade will continue on your way and receive forces from your sacrifices while it's fighting on the Northern Front in their mission to protect the state and its citizens. If we were not entering a ground operation and dismantling all the tunnels and these crazy and catastrophic facilities, it would be worse and worse. It is worse and worse. What are you talking about? It's getting worse and worse. If you don't see that, then you're an idiot. But of course, even Ben Gvir must see that it's getting worse and worse with all the recent strikes that have been happening on Israeli territory. He must see it. He can't be that blind. Although those glasses are pretty thick. But seriously, though. Alright, how are we doing here? Alright, yeah, now let's talk about this. This happened directly afterwards. That night. Here's Al Jazeera English from a day ago. Israeli military confirms it has launched more attacks on Iran.
Now, Israeli military spokesman Daniel Hagari has just spoken in the last few minutes. Let's listen to what he had to say.
In response to months of continuous attacks from the regime in Iran against the state of Israel, right now, the Israel Defense Forces is conducting precise strikes on military targets in Iran. The regime in Iran and its proxies in the region have been relentlessly attacking Israel since October 7th on seven fronts.
I'm sorry, what?
Including
on 7 fronts? Oh my god. These these guys are fighting an imaginary war, I swear to God. Oh my god. I mean, it's not imaginary, but I feel like the whole premises like of the things that they're always doing just seem to be just sort of nonsense manufactured shit that they are themselves creating. Oh, God, how is this where we're at?
Iranian soil. Like every other...
I'm sorry, but we've heard enough of this bullshit. We know exactly what to expect from these psychopaths. The fuck?
We will do whatever necessary to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel.
Well, that was from the Israeli military spokesman, Daniel Hagari. But let's go back to Rasul Sardar, our correspondent who's live for us in Tehran. Rasul, can you talk us through whether there's been any updates since we just last spoke? Obviously, this is a moving story, a very significant one, especially now that Israel has confirmed that it is carrying out those strikes on Iran.
Indeed, as of now, in the capital, we are not hearing any sounds of the explosions. However, shortly before, we have heard at least 3 explosions, most of them taking place in the western part of the capital. And then there are some reports that the explosions were heard in the city of Kashan and also in the city of Mashhad. So,
okay, now, Israel is sort of claiming a lot of victory from this strike, but reports are coming out, at least that I've been seeing, suggesting that pretty much seemingly 95 to 99% of these missiles which Israel had sent to Iran were in fact interrupted midair by Iran's own version of what appears to be like the Iron Dome, like a missile battery defense system. Some what do you call it? Like anti. God, I can't think of all the military hardware words, but you know what I'm saying. But let's see some of the footage of these. Actually, first, let's go to this, I guess, because this was it's a completely silent clip, I think, but this just shows you the Israeli Defense Forces situation room here with Benjamin Netanyahu and the rest of his genociders and chiefs. But yeah, these, apparently what they were doing while all of this was going down.
The Israeli military is indeed confirming that they are carrying out what they describe as precise strikes on military targets inside of Iran, as we are getting these reports of explosions being heard in the Iranian capital of Tehran, and also seeing some quite dramatic images of plumes of smoke over the Iranian capital. Now, we don't know the exact nature of these targets or how many military bases the Israeli military has been striking inside of Iran tonight, but Israeli officials are taking pains to emphasize that these are only military targets, that they are not striking at any energy targets, nuclear or oil facilities, which we know had been considered by the Israeli government earlier in this process. I do expect that we will get a fuller accounting from the Israeli military of the targets that they struck and the number of aircraft potentially that appear to have been involved in this strike. What I can tell you from speaking with Israeli officials is that this decision to carry out these strikes on military targets was the process of weeks of deliberations within the Israeli security cabinet.
Right. And then it all got leaked, if anybody remembers. 45, that's a lot of likes. My God. And unfortunately, my stream software is broken, so I can't even give you your deserved support characters. I'll just have to write down that you're all owed, I guess it's 2. Yeah, you're owed 2 support characters for next stream. So good job, in like a preemptive good job. So the next few videos are just footage of the strikes.
Local 4 News
Pretty
starts now with a breaking news alert.
And we begin with breaking news overseas tonight. Israel.
This one. You can see them being interrupted midair. They're not supposed to explode in the air, right?
In response to months of continuous attacks from the regime.
Okay, do I have more of these? I do. This was Associated Press next? No, Wall Street Journal next.
The regime in Iran and its proxies in the region have been...
Why does everyone have to throw this guy in here? Oh, and this is from the strike from... Okay. Oh, and we already saw this footage. Okay, alright, that's all of them, I think. Alright, now this is the second to last video of the night. I'm sorry we're ending already. Shockingly early. But, well, that's where we are. Part of it has to do with the fact that I have so many things I need to get done. Also, not just for Halloween, but also for my life. As well as... got so many clips that I've just been meaning to clip. It's like 10,000 things I need to do. So this was after the strikes happened. This is Daniel Hagari, IDF spokesperson, saying that strikes are all done now.
I can now confirm that we have concluded the Israeli response to Iran's attack against Israel. We conducted targeted and precise strikes on military targets in Iran, thwarting immediate threats to the state of Israel.
Really?
The Israel Defense Forces has fulfilled its mission. If the regime in Iran were to make the mistake of beginning a new round of escalation, we will be obligated to respond. Our message is clear.
We will be obligated to respond to the response from our response, and then responding. It's a bunch of bullshit. I mean, come the fuck on. If they respond to our bombing them, well, we'll have to respond to their response. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here. You were the first one to strike Iran. Hands down, verifiable fact. But yeah, supposedly strikes are over for now. Here is Joe Biden reacting to that news outside of Air Force One earlier today. Well, Friday. Friday? No, Saturday. Wait, was this? No, it was Saturday. Yeah, it was Saturday. Okay. Joe Biden. He's looking kind of peppy today.
Elon Musk being here illegally. I'm only joking. What you got?
Okay, that was actually good. Unexpected Biden comedy.
Assuming you want to talk about Elon Musk being here illegally. I'm only joking. What you got?
Mr. President, what do you say to the men that supported you but are not supporting?
You're making a mistake in my humble opinion.
Are you wrong? Is
Well, it's like I had a long reason we're a little late. I was on with the intelligence community for the last half hour, 3.5 hours. And it looks like they didn't hit anything other than military targets. My hope is this is the end.
Mr. President, the Chinese seem to have hacked the Trump and Harris campaigns. Will there be repercussions for Beijing?
Well, I got to find out more about that, but I'm getting that brief when I get back. As to what they did, how much they hacked, and so on.
But if you find out that they did it, will there be repercussions?
We'll have to talk about it.
Mr. President, did you get a heads up from Israel on the Iran strike? Did you get any heads up?
Yes.
How worried are you that former President Trump seems to be talking to Bibi Netanyahu quite frequently?
Well, you know, the criticism of Trump is talking with Bibi, but Trump works for Trump was Trump.
Jesus Christ, this man. It just, I mean, it takes nothing to break Biden, it seems like. Oh, God, am I glad this guy's not going to be in charge anymore. Did he even say, I don't think he's even said anything about Iran yet.
Talks to Bibi, and his good multi-billionaire friend talks to him a lot too. So I guess there's all three friends.
Are you not concerned at all that he seems to be doing diplomacy while he's not really representing the United States?
Yeah. But I'm not surprised.
Sorry, what do you think Trump's American garbage comment comparing America being a trash can?
Look, Trump has no class at all. Zero. None. Think of all kidding aside. If this wasn't a political campaign, how would you characterize the man in terms of his manners, his decency? I mean, beneath the president.
Mr. President, the North Korean troops in Russia, what kind of options do you have to respond to that? And when might we see a response there?
We have options. It depends on what they do. Thank you so very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
I guess that beginning comment must have been, I barely heard what he said. It's always hard with these goddamn planes in my ear. Okay. Well, got through another one, chat. It was long and arduous, but we got through it together. That's gonna be it for me tonight. So I'll see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Nitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Technopoc, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoep, Nadia, Choky, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All of these people here have helped contribute to the production of the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too, for the sum of $3 US a month. What are you waiting for? Galactic benefits await.